The hour of 6:30 having come and gone, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Duncan. Here. Alder Duncan's present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Here. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Here. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Ugair. Here. Alder Ugair is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox is excused. Alder Latimer Burris.
Present.
Latimer Burris is present. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. I'm here physically. Alder Martinez Rutherford is here physically. Alder Miadze.
Present.
I see Alder Miadze lighting up, so he is here. Alder Rummel. Present. Alder Rummel is present. Alder Tischler.
Here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere. Here. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vidver. Here. Alder Vidver is present. Alder Wahelia. Here. Wahelia is present. Alder Bennett. Here. Alder Bennett is present. Physically as well. Alder Conklin is excused. Alder Curry. Here. Alder Curry is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. As usual, I will remind us that we are here to do the business of the people of Madison and ask that we do that with grace and kindness, and that all refrain from using any swear words in your remarks. And just want to acknowledge also that the last few weeks have been difficult for many in our community, given the anxiety around various sources of funding and the continued availability thereof. Certainly, we have felt that at the city, but I also want to just remind us that other institutions in our community get significant federal funding, including the school district, the county, and most notably UW-Madison. So I just ask that we all continue to just be kind to each other and to recognize that people may be going through really stressful times right now. And I think many of us in this room are impacted in a number of different ways. And certainly our families, our friends, and our constituents are. With that, we'll go to honoring resolutions. Our first item is Legistar 87286, celebrating March 8th, 2025 as International Women's Day in the city of Madison. We do not have anyone to receive this, so Alder Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and second to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. That takes us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on today's agenda? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. On item 53, I'm an employee of UW-Madison, and that will not affect my vote on this item.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler.
I'm also still an employee of the university, and it will also won't affect my vote.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional disclosures or recusals on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, then we will move to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except one, items which have registrants wishing to speak, items which alders have separated out for discussion or debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusion, items introduced from the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Agenda items that are supermajority items. Supermajority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Legistar File 87291, authorizing the city attorney in consultation with the mayor to join the city as amicus in cases related to the continuation of federal funding which supports or affects the city of Madison, its residents, businesses, nonprofit organizations, or cultural or educational institutions located in the city. This is the 14th vote item to be adopted under the suspension of the Rule 2.055. Register item 86775, amending the engineering, bicycle and pedestrian and planning adopted capital budgets to transfer existing budget authority from engineering, mayor streets to planning for the percent for art aggregated fund related to the Pheasant Branch Greenway Enhancement Project. This is a 15 vote item. Register item 86986, amending the 2025 Economic Development Division capital budget for TID 44 by $500,000 to fund small business development programs, amending the 2025 Economic Development Division capital budget for TID number 46 by $750,000 to fund small business development programs, amending the 2025 Economic Development Division capital budget for TID number 51 by $850,000 to fund small business development programs, and amending the 2025 Economic Development Division capital budget to transfer $1,170,000 from the TID 51 capital program 99011 to the Land Banking Program 12640 to fund demolitions of land banked properties at 1810 South Park Street, 1901 South Park Street, 814 North Avenue, and 826 North Avenue. This is a 15-item vote. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. Legistar 606 is a substitute, amending the section 3.70 of the Madison General Ordinances related to public records to align with current technology, city practices, and the state law. The recommendation for the Common Council Executive Committee is to adopt. Legistar file 86994, amending various sections of the Madison General Ordinance to correct inconsistencies and improper references in the Madison General Ordinances constituting a 2025 City Attorney's Revisor's Ordinance. The report from the Common Council Executive Committee is to adopt. Legistar file 86954, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a non-competitive purchase of services contract with the Welsh Group for the government affairs and strategic advocacy services for 1 year with the option of 2-year renewals. The recommendation change is to adopt a substitute. Legistar file 86923, amending various portions of section 29.40 of the Madison General Ordinances to update language and requirements of the Building Energy Savings Code. The recommendation from the Sustainable Madison Committee is to adopt. Agenda items excluded by 1, request of alders, or 2, speakers registered by noon on February 25. Legistar item 86649 is a substitute, repealing the recreating section 28.185 and creating section 41.28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to demolition of buildings to update the approval process. We have speakers registered. Legistar file 86650, amending sections in chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to single-family homes, accessory dwelling units, and a small residential infill project. Speakers registered. Legistar item 86954, this is the contract with Welsh. Alder Haley requested removal. Legistar item 85966, Chief of Police Fourth Quarter Report, Interim Chief John Patterson, Madison Police Department. Alder Haley requested to be discussed. And there are not introduced items from the floor, and there's no other agenda corrections at this time. And I didn't look at the registrant report. Report.
Thank you, Alder. We also have registrants wishing to speak on item 4.
There you go. Thank you.
Are there additional items that members of the body would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, if you could pull number 42, 87067, that deals with the greenfield ready for reuse. Or the brownfields, I said greenfields, but I meant brownfields. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional items that members of the body would like to see excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, then let me go through that one more time just to make sure that we've got everything. The following are supermajority items. Item 30 requires 14 votes. Items 33 and 39 require 15 votes. I'm sorry, I'm using the agenda numbers, not the Legistar numbers. The following have recommendations different from what is printed on your agenda. Item 31, the recommendation is to adopt. Item 32, also to adopt. Item 51, also to adopt. The following items will be excluded from the consent agenda. Items 4, 5, 6, 35. Note that the motion will be to adopt the substitute. 42 and 44. Are there any other items for the consent agenda? If not, then President Figueroa, call a motion on the consent agenda, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda, and I will ask the tech facilitator if they can please make the room a host as well. And if the body will indulge me in a point of personal privilege, Alder Knox contacted me during the week and asked that we recognize that this is our second meeting in Black History Month, and because at our first meeting we didn't read the resolution because there was no one here to accept it, we didn't get a chance to recognize some of the historic firsts in our history here in Madison. And so he asked that we do that. I was hoping he would be here to do it himself, but this is the moment and he is not, so I'm going to try and stand in. I just want to recognize the following moments in Madison's history. Eugene Parks was this body's first Black alder in 1973. Napoleon Smith was our first Black council president in 1994. Sherry Carter was our first Black female council president. Sorry, I don't have a year on that. And I believe that Alder Harrington McKinney was our first Black acting mayor, if my memory serves. I also want to note that this council is the most diverse with the respect to race and ethnicity in Madison's history. And I think in Black History Month, it is worth noting all of those things. So with thanks to Alder Knox, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize those historic moments and the people who made them possible. Thank you. We will move on then to public comment. And the first item with registrants wishing to speak is agenda item number 4, approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Meyer Avenue Assessment District of 2025. We have one registrant wishing to speak on this item, Jane Leahy of District 11. Do we have Jane? Do we have Jane online? Yes, go ahead, Jane. You should be able to speak now. We can't hear you if you're speaking. You might have a microphone that's muted, or you might need to check what the input of the microphone is on your Zoom. but at the moment, we're not able to hear you. Is there any objection to coming back to item 4 while Jane figures out technical issues? Seeing no objection. Jane, keep trying. We'll come back to you. The next item that we have registrants wishing to speak on is item 5, a substitute repealing and recreating sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to demolition of buildings to update the approval processes. On item 5, our first registrant wishing to speak is Josh Olson of District 6, to be followed by Benjamin Nofke, to be followed by Mike Tarby. Do we have Josh?
Yes, just got here.
Good timing.
Hello, my name is Josh. I'm in District 6 now, used to be in District 20. Today, I just wanted to make sure that I, along with some of my friends here, brought our support for this amendment as well as the next one. These ordinances really line up with my own beliefs, along with Strong Towns, an organization that I'm a member of. Specifically, I wanted to bring up, there's a new initiative that they're talking about, which is called Housing Ready Cities. I sent an email today that talked through the 6-question quiz that you have to fill out for a city to be considered housing ready. This amendment in particular looks at Section 6, which is removing administrative barriers to building housing. And I think this is one of them. I personally don't own a historic house or building. I know I walk past them when I go on the bus, but sometimes they just exist and all I see is a little monument. I think it's good to recognize history, but also at the same time, it can be really frustrating as a young resident in Madison to watch historic nominations be used to veto progress, in my mind. So I think this is a way for us to make it easier for city staff to just get people to build housing for things that are issued as non-historic. That to me seems like a win-win. It doesn't remove anything from being historically designated in the future. Landmarks still has the option to designate something as historic. And I think that this will help with housing approval and small developers who really need to rely on shorter timelines. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant wishing to speak is Benjamin Nofke of District 11, to be followed by Mike Tarby, to be followed by Emily Roth. Do we have Benjamin?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for listening to me speak tonight. So I, similar to Josh, I'm supporting the demolition update. I'm in the same group as him. And I'm excited that we can make progress on expediting the permitting process for smaller scale developers. It really makes or breaks the economics of projects for those folks that don't have access to like institutional financing. And so listening to a lot of these meetings and like the projects that are going on, I hear people are supportive of missing middle and infill development. And I think that to really take that seriously, we need to pursue policies like these so that we can have these neighborhood scale developers active and contributing to gentle increases in density that I think, from what I understand and what I hear from the public, a lot of people are on board with. And I think it's important to recognize that, I've heard people talking about this, why should we pursue this change? It's not going to make a big difference on its own. And that's because it's a complex problem and there just is no silver bullet to improving housing affordability. So nothing alone is going to fix the problem. So when we have the opportunity to make an improvement like this, we have to build that momentum so that we start to build that more comprehensive solution. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mike Tarby of District 6, to be followed by Emily Roth, to be followed by Rick Chandler. Mike?
Hi, I'm also from District 6. I'm also a member of Strong Towns. Thank you again for taking the time to listen to comments from myself and other members of the community. I won't spend a ton of time talking about this. I just want to mainly focus on some of the conversation that was brought up at the recent Plan Commission meeting where this was discussed. I'd like to echo the comments of Commissioner Wozniewski and emphasize the importance of speed for these types of approval processes, not only from the city perspective, but also from that of the small developer. The longer the project approval timeline, the more uncertainty and costs exist in the project as a whole, which is a challenge, especially when we're trying to promote missing middle housing. And as Ben had mentioned, the smaller scale, neighborhood scale developers. Some may believe that longer approval timelines discourage significant development, but in fact, the opposite is true. Larger developers can more easily wait out the storm of meetings, while the local small-scale developer is much more significantly impacted by longer approval times. Streamlining the process of non-historic demolitions puts a thumb on the scale in favor of the little guys. I also want to call out that multiple commissioners during the recent Plan Commission meeting stated the proposed changes would make it easier for them to reach the same decisions, not that they would change their decisions if they were looking back for recent proposed demolitions. So if we know that these changes won't significantly impact the results of the demolition requests, but rather will help us reach those results sooner, why not pass the measure? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Emily Roth of District 19, to be followed by Rick Chandler, to be followed by Wendy Fairnside. Do we have Emily? Doesn't look like we have Emily in the room or on the Zoom. So we'll try back. Our next registrant then is Rick Chandler of District 10, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation, to be followed by Wendy Fernside, to be followed by Robert Kleba. Rick?
Good evening. I'm Rick Chandler, president of the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation, with more than 500 members throughout the city. We understand the need for development, but we want it to be consistent with preserving the best elements of our past. We want to preserve the historic buildings and neighborhoods that give Madison its unique character and identity, and that are very much appreciated by our residents. We oppose some of the proposed changes in the substitute amendment you're considering and support others. The goals of the legislation are to streamline the demolition process and clarify the standards for demolition, while having a neutral effect on preservation. We support those goals. However, some additional amendments are needed to achieve the goal of having a neutral effect on preservation. We have submitted specific proposals for amendments and letters that are in the Legistar file. We testified at the Landmarks Commission and Plan Commission, along with many other people concerned about the changes. After the Landmarks Commission met, a substitute amendment was introduced which made some improvements. The Plan Commission approved the sub. However, further work is needed to achieve the goal of being neutral. One general comment: there isn't a strong need to change the review process to facilitate development. Denials of demolition requests have a very minor impact on housing, but provide major benefits by preserving the best parts of our heritage. As noted by city staff, over 3 years, there were 143 demolition requests, and only 2 per year were denied. The number of proposed housing units affected by these denials is very small compared with the very large number of housing units built on property where demolitions were approved and on vacant property. Several areas in the legislation need improvement. Most notably, a new factor in the standards of approval, Factor 4, says demolition can be approved if there's a plan to mitigate the loss of a historic building, which could be as minor as salvage of materials or an interpretive installation. This differs from current law and could result in more demolitions. Mitigation plans should be discussed only if there is a decision to demolish based on the other factors listed, including serious deterioration, loss of historic character, or hazardous conditions. A mitigation plan in and of itself should not justify demolition. Language about mitigation should be moved to the conditions section, where it says the Plan Commission may stipulate conditions for a proposed demolition. In conclusion, it's important to maintain current preservation protections so that Madison can retain the character that residents value. Streamlining is good, but we urge the Common Council to amend the substitute amendment to maintain our current protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Wendy Fernside of District 13, to be followed by Robert Kleba, to be followed by James Kraft. Wendy?
Thank you. In his testimony to the Plan Commission last week, Bill Connors, Executive Director of Smart Growth Madison, a consortium of the largest developers in our city, described historic preservation as, quote, the enemy of housing development. I disagree. Those of us who care about preserving historic buildings and neighborhoods are not the enemy. We are Madison citizens who care about our community, not for our personal enrichment, but for what it means to all of us who live here. Historic buildings and neighborhoods have a positive value, not measured in dollars and cents or in numbers of housing units, but for what they add to the visual interest, variety, and vitality of our city, and for what they contribute to our sense of place, our history, and quality of life. These are values too. I applaud city staff for listening to the public testimony and offering revisions to the original proposal that give more consideration to those values. And I encourage you to correct what remains a serious flaw in the current version by eliminating the standard of approval, which appears to allow demolition of a historic building simply by virtue of erecting a plaque noting its historic character, or by implementing some other creative mitigation measure. Mitigation measures should be conditions attached after standards for approval have been met. Madison needs development and historic preservation. We can and should have both. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Robert Kleba of District 6, to be followed by James Kraft, to be followed by Alex Saludos. Bob?
Thank you, Mayor, alders, and staff. My largest concern with the changes being proposed is the inherent threat to naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAH. This is typically older housing, contributing or not to the historic vernacular context of a neighborhood. A great example of NOAH can be found in the James Madison Park neighborhood, just east of the Capitol. There are a few buildings of historic significance here, and it is now zoned 10 stories along East Washington to 4 stories on Lake Mendota, double to 5 times the height of existing buildings in the neighborhood. A development in James Madison Park a couple of years ago replaced 26 units of NOAH, ranging from $800 to $1,000 per month per bedroom. It was replaced by upscale housing with 540 square foot studios starting at $2,000 per month, and larger apartments at $5,000 a month. None of the housing we lost had historic significance, but it helped define the neighborhood and downtown Madison. At least the public at that time were able to weigh in on the value of these buildings at landmarks and plan commissions when their demolition permits were reviewed. The proposed amendment makes it easier to demolish NOAH without the public input. I believe that the changes to demolition you are considering tonight will also affect the affordability of neighborhoods very dense with naturally occurring affordable housing in Brams Addition, Darbo Worthington, and along Northport Drive. Making it easier to demolish buildings in older neighborhoods does not make our city more affordable. In fact, it forces out lower income residents, facilitates gentrification, and makes neighborhoods whiter and more upper middle class. I live downtown because I love the diversity of buildings and of the people who live here. If we facilitate the demolition of NOAH in this area, we will lose the fun and creativity that we value in our city. To finish, I will quote Jane Jacobs, the famous urban planner who challenged urban renewal in the 1960s. She said, "Old ideas can sometimes use new buildings. New ideas must use old buildings." How her words still ring true. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Kraft of District 13, to be followed by Alex Saludos, to be followed by Linda Leonards. James?
Hello, Jim Kraft here, District 13, and I just have a very short note of support here. I work for the federal government and have significant expertise in the importance of reducing administrative burden. And it's important, as we've noted, to reduce that administrative burden for small developers who currently simply aren't even going to start the process of building a missing middle house project because they know they just can't get through the process in time to get through their funding. The other side I want to note is that administrative burden also affects the city staff and their time. Managing series of additional meetings and processes and paperwork all takes time, valuable time that our city staff could probably be using and working in other ways. And so, especially if it doesn't actually change the eventual outcome. So I just want to note that there are costs on both ways that this proposal will both make it easier to build small scale development that otherwise wouldn't happen, and makes it easier and reduces the burden on our city staff to be able to serve our community more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alex Salutis of District 5, to be followed by Linda Lenhertz, to be followed by Paul Bailey. Alex?
Just checking, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm on my phone for the first time. I typically do this on a computer, so thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll begin with the end. I recommend referral of this and the appointment of a work group of subject matter experts, both from the development side and the historic preservation side, to oversee the completion of a report on best practices and demolition review ordinances, and then to craft an ordinance that's a win-win that facilitates administrative approval of more demolition permits and enhances preservation of valuable historic properties. Knowing what I know about what the ordinance currently does, what the proposed ordinance does, and what's being done in other municipalities, that is a realistic goal. Let me tell you why. First, before I get into that, the argument about this being a hindrance to missing middle and small scale developers is a red herring. Two of our largest, most successful developers, the Alexander Company and Urban Land Interests, started with very small scale developments and specialized in historic preservation. Another example that I'm personally knowledgeable about is Henry Doan and what he's done. For example, I recently helped him purchase the Hill House, which he's now remodeling. Why should you refer this and do a study? I've looked at this for a number of years and told the Plan Commission and Land Parks Commission years ago this could be improved, so it's a win-win. Standard practice is many municipalities have done this. They do a review of best practices in demolition review ordinances, and then craft a solution that's right for that neighborhood based on their findings. One example of how this current proposal could be improved.
You have about 20 seconds left.
For developers, I'm available to ask questions if people ask questions, but standard practice is that any structure less than 45 or 50 years old is approved administratively. So I'll wrap up.
That's your time. Thank you.
Yeah, anyone likes to.
Our next registrant is Linda Lenhertz of South Patterson Street, to be followed by Paul Bailey, and then we'll try again for Emily Roth. Linda?
Hello. I think there's a number of issues with this proposed ordinance, but the worst of them is the second standard of approval. It says there's factors that are, quote, found to outweigh the public interest in preserving historic resources. It then goes on to list one of those factors is being that the applicant will implement a plan to mitigate the loss of the building. And the way it reads, in my opinion, is that any plan to mitigate the loss is good enough to outweigh the public interest. And that isn't the way it should be. And if there's questions, I mean, I urge you to take a look at that specifically, because if it's not clear, it should be made clear, and it could be made clear easily by just changing a few words. Instead of saying to mitigate, say the applicant will implement a plan which mitigates, and then take the laundry list of things that are mitigation and put them in a separate sentence. That way the plan commission could consider mitigation, but wouldn't be required to. Better yet, I urge you to approve Alder Rummel's alternate. She had shared that today on the neighborhood listservs, and I think it does several things. The statement of purpose is changed so that it better incorporates the goals as outlined in the comprehensive plan for why historic resources are important. It takes the section about mitigation and puts it into not an approval standard, but into a condition of approval. And that's often the way things pass at Plan Commission, is that, for example, when the arcade buildings on Mifflin were destroyed, it was a condition of approval that they had to save some of the tile to use in future buildings. So both of those, in my opinion, make sense to be changing. And it is limited changes, and I urge you to take a look at them and give them serious consideration and hopefully adopt them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Paul Bailey of District 11, to be followed by Emily Roth. Paul?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm also speaking in support of this on efficiency grounds, and I'm an economist. I like efficiency. I like to see that the city moves relatively quickly on things. And I will say there are costs. I've heard a couple times there are not costs to this. There are costs to delay. The costs are you have to pay the rent for the unit, or you have to pay the mortgage for the unit. You have to pay the loan cost during that time. And you also run the risk of not getting approval. And having a more predictable process, I think, makes it a lot easier for smaller developers who can't necessarily average out over a huge number of properties. And so thank you so much. I really appreciate this amendment.
Thank you. And then we'll try again for Emily Roth from District 19. Don't see Emily in person. Perhaps can we just try the phone number that's online and see if that's Emily? If you're the person with the 206 phone number, you should be able to unmute yourself. *6 if you are Emily. If you're not, let us know who you are. Or not. Okay. That is all of the registrants we have wishing to speak on item 5. Are there questions for any of the person on the phone? We could hear you for a minute. Do we have the person on the phone? No. All right. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 5? Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for a couple of different people. The first was a gentleman, I didn't catch his name, but he talked about the impacts on small development.
I'm sorry, Alder, a number of the registrants spoke about that.
Okay, he was maybe like the third speaker.
Mike? Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for coming out and testifying. I don't know if you're into housing or not, but do you happen to know, like, how many small developers are actually impacted by this process, if we would, as we have it now for demolition?
So I do not. And part of the challenge is that we don't know how many small developers aren't even able to get kind of their projects off the ground, because I think that's one of the more challenging aspects of this to measure is, Plan Commission is welcome to track the number of demolitions that aren't approved, and that's easy enough to get a tally of. I don't have that on hand. I'm sure staff can provide that. But what's, kind of nebulous through, us having less predictable processes is there are small developers who, run the numbers before they even purchase a property, and they say, hey, if this approval process takes X number of months, I'm not going to be able to make this pencil out with the funds that I have on hand. So every opportunity that we have to make this process more predictable, more streamlined for the smaller developers allows it to pencil out a little more easily and allows those folks to come out of the shadows and say, okay, now that this process is more straightforward, it's easier for me to let this pencil out and actually get to building more units in a more reasonable time frame.
Thank you. What is that based on, your data or your thoughts? Even if it's just your thought, what is it based on? As far as it doesn't pencil out, they're impacted.
Yeah, so there are, anytime a developer is going to enter into a project, they, consider a number of factors that all play into the success of that potential project. So it's the cost of, acquiring the land or acquiring the building, the cost of demolition, the cost of reconstruction, the, interest that's being paid on loans, the principal payments towards loans, all of those things contribute to the feasibility of a project. And, as I said, when the process isn't as straightforward, any sort of, unpredictability when developers are trying to get, trying to figure out if a project is financially feasible, sometimes that predictability just can't be overcome. There isn't enough wiggle room for someone who's just trying to buy, one property. I'm currently living in the second story of a duplex on Williamson Street that's just owned by some guy. It's his only property. I wish I could have those conversations with him and just kind of understand, how did you get to a place where you were able to purchase this property? He didn't have to demolish it, which was great. It's a 130-year-old building. I'm paying what I believe to be a pretty affordable rent, so that, that's a great example of, this doesn't need to result in, the demolition of buildings. There are times where it does work out for folks, but we just don't know how many people have been turned away by, the complexity of this process.
Okay, and I'll keep it short because my co-council members, I don't want to keep them here all night with my questions, but I do want to ask you, so you do seem very knowledgeable about housing and your concerns. Have you ever participated in a public meeting or, information gathering or, solutions workshop with the city outside of tonight, or going to the Plan Commission or Landmarks Commission?
I have not participated in a session related to development. I've spoken public comment prior, and I've attended Plan Commission, Transportation Common Council meetings. But I am involved in a group that's trying to build a development of build an ecosystem of local developers to try and promote, the kinds of missing middle housing that, everybody's on board with missing middle housing. So we're trying to kind of network with both the city, with folks that are familiar with development, folks that are familiar with financing, and, try to build that, network of people who are trying to trod this path that, is not very clear. There's, the path to detached single-family homes is very clear. It's very straightforward. Folks like Viridian do it all the time. Then you've got these larger scale developments. That path is also well-trodden. But trying to figure out this area in the middle where, there's not a lot of wiggle room. It's not clear where you're going to get financing from. A big issue is that, a lot of our local financial institutions are not comfortable with loans that do involve so much unpredictability. So that's part of the what we're trying to get to as well, is some of these small developers might not even be able to secure the financing for the projects that they're trying to work on because banks aren't comfortable providing loans if they're not confident that the project's going to pencil out. So.
Okay, thank you. And tell us the name of the organization that you're with. And thank you. It's going to take all of us to tackle this. It's not something that just is a one-way direction.
Absolutely.
Everybody
Yeah, and
needs
I
different
appreciate
types
all of your
of-
efforts
Yeah.
to working towards this.
What's the name of your group?
So there's kind of two. So I was speaking on behalf of Strong Towns Madison, but the group that's trying to build a local developer ecosystem is Madison Town Makers. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. Yep, Madison Town Makers. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder, did you have additional questions?
For somebody else, yes.
Is there any other questions for Mr. Tarby? Go ahead, Alder.
I would like to talk to, I think it's James that talked about the administrative burden.
Yeah, Jim Kraft?
Yep.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what your background is around this, but I'm kind of interested in the administrative burden and what's the process to reduce it, meaning how have other cities worked over the long term to reduce this? What is the process of changing the zoning ordinance that you in your expertise know about? If you don't have expertise, you can let us know that as well.
Yeah. So that's a great question. I do have expertise in this in looking at processes. So there's a book called Administrative Burden that's coined this term, or really sort of brought it together. But the basic idea is that we should be continuously looking at our processes and what they do and how they got here, and looking at the way at the every step of the way. Like when we look at a project, like, okay, I want to build a threeplex. What's every single step in that process from the beginning to the end, and seeing what each step, how did it get there? Why is it there? What was it trying to do? And are we actually, is it working toward our goal of say, if our goal is to increase building more units more quickly, and building, is that step in the process actually meeting that goal? And you can look at this in any sort of public service, public system, because over the years these things often get more complex. And so, right, you can fill for applying for public benefits. Some states, Michigan took their process from like something that took days and quite a lot of expertise to something that could be finished by anyone in less than an hour. And that's the type of thing where, again, we can look through our systems, look through our processes, and make sure that the things that we're doing are both effective use of the people's time and effective use of our staff time, to make sure that we're most effectively serving the public good. And yeah, very happy to talk more about this forever, but that's basically the thing is we need to be watching how people work and what's happening, and making sure that is really a most effective use of people's time, money, and resources to meet our public policy goals.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming out and talking to us. I do want to ask you the same question. How many public meetings have you been to around this issue other than the one for landmarks and planning this week?
Yes. So I haven't been to that many. That I've attended a few different meetings at the city level. I've been to many Bay Creek Neighborhood Association meetings that have been talking about this. And I've been tracking this issue for a long time. Both before I've been here for 13 years. Before that, I was in the Bay Area, where we saw. Right, like one of the things I'm trying to get. One of the reasons I'm getting more involved here is I don't want us to end up in the situation that the Bay Area found itself in and is attempting to dig itself out of,
And what's
where no one can afford a house.
okay? No one can afford a house in the Bay Area because the regular people have all been moved out. Thank you so much. I don't have any more questions. For James, if I could call Rick back from the Historic Preservation.
Like
Sorry.
to,
I'm sorry.
I can't let regular people pass.
Oh, sorry.
That's not an appropriate way to refer to any of our.
Well, I was talking about the average citizen in San Francisco. So I consider myself to be a regular person. I think most of the people here are not, billionaires or millionaires. So that's what I meant by regular, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder.
Not an insult to anybody. I'm a regular person. Or I could say broke, which I'm too.
Did you have additional questions, Alder? For
Oh, I'm sorry. Rick of the Historic Preservation.
Chandler?
Yes, thank you.
Do we have Rick still?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your work surrounding preservation and growing Madison. I'm wondering, in your expertise, what is the normal process that a city would go through when they wanted to change a demolition code, looking at the National Historic Preservation codes or records? I'm not going to say it correctly, but I'm talking about the guidelines that they put out for various cities on how to do this. And correct me along the way if I haven't said whatever it is correctly.
I have to say, I'm not totally familiar with the processes that other cities follow. I'm just familiar with the Madison process, where in this case we had a work group that met last March, I believe, and then the legislation was introduced in late January and went through the Landmarks Commission and the Plan Commission. One of the things I'll just comment on, listening to a number of the witnesses talking about the importance of the streamlining changes that are in the legislation. Those are all fine with us. We aren't asking for any amendments to those. So I think we could have all the changes that they're asking for and also the changes that we're asking for, which are incorporated in the package that Alder Rummel has developed. The streamlining changes for the Category C properties are okay. What we want to do is make sure that the standards of approval for the Category A and B properties are not worse than the standards of approval in current law. And as I mentioned, as several others mentioned, it's that introduction of the mitigation factor as something that can justify demolition all by itself that concerns us. The fix to that is easy. It's in Alder Rummel's package, and it does not change any of the streamlining changes that the other witnesses have been advocating for.
Okay, and could you slow that down again? Because I want to make sure that I heard you correctly. You were part of a year-long work group before this ordinance was put forth to Landmarks Commission and also the Plan Commission. Is that what I heard?
No, I'm sorry. No, there was a meeting last March, I believe, of Plan Commission members, city staff, and I'm not sure if anyone else was there, to discuss the interest in streamlining changes and clarifying standards. The next step in the process was that this legislation was introduced in late January, and it has some streamlining changes. We're okay with those. It has changes to clarify a few things in terms of deteriorated property, hazardous conditions, and so forth. Those are fine. The thing that concerns us is what we think is a new factor of approval, factor 4, the mitigation changes, that in and of itself could be used to justify demolition under the language. And we think that's something that's new, that's not in current law. It's not neutral compared to current law, and it should be moved into the conditions section. And Alder Rummel's amendment does that. I think it's very well drafted. And her amendment also makes some positive changes to the statement of purpose. So with her package, I think our main concerns could be addressed and all the streamlining changes would be maintained.
Okay, and then were you involved in the process at all beyond the conversation that you said you had one conversation last year and then it showed up at Landmarks? And of course, we were in that meeting for 5 hours. Is it normal that, the city works with the Historic Preservation Society to kind of see if, you guys have any issues with the
I'm
ordinance?
sorry.
And did you guys participate in that? I'm trying to figure out
Yeah,
what
I'm
process
sorry.
we've gone through.
Just to clarify, there was a meeting last March, but we didn't participate in that. I believe it was Plan Commission members, city staff, and I'm not sure who else, but we didn't participate in that. The first participation on our part was after the changes were introduced in late January of this year and were brought to Landmarks Commission. That's the first time we started participating.
Okay, and how long has the Historic Preservation been around and been involved with these, helping the city grow and preserve?
We were founded in 1974, so we celebrated our 50th anniversary last year.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional questions for registrants?
For Alex Saludos, please.
Do we have Alex?
Yes.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yes, thank you for coming out and speaking on this issue. I'm wondering if you could speak to the issue that I had asked Rick. So I'll just put my questions out first, and then you can just answer them, please. But the question I had asked Rick was, from your expertise, what is the normal process that a city would go through when they're going to make a significant change to an ordinance regarding historic preservation? And how does that tie into the federal advisory or whatever it is? I'm on Landmarks, I know about it, I just don't have the name of it off the top of my head. And then what also do you know about this process as far as what we've done and engaged in as a city to try to make sure that the ordinances don't have a negative impact on historic preservation?
Thanks, Alder Latimer Burris. There are 3 or 4 questions in there. There are big questions. First, I want to say that I've served on the Madison Trust Board for 6 years and termed out because of term limits. And I've been involved in historic preservation, working for developers since the mid-'80s, and have been advocating for historic preservation in Madison probably for the last 10 or 12 years. I'll be blunt about the process. Excuse me if I step on toes, but what happened was what's called the DAD approach. Decide, announce, and then defend. And what should have happened is the Landmarks Commission should have been engaged early on with a question or challenge of how can we facilitate administrative approval of more demolition permits and enhance historic preservation of our properties. The best process that I've seen in looking at dozens of municipalities is having the Landmarks Commission or a work group of them commission a report that is a literature review of best practices in demolition review ordinances, which this is usually called, that accomplishes those 2 goals and then makes recommendations that are appropriate for that particular municipality. And then that group crafts an ordinance working with all of the stakeholders in a public process that accomplishes those 2 goals. I think that process I know it will get better outcomes, both for the development community and historic preservation, because I see significant gaps in the current proposal or opportunities for improvement on both sides of that equation. So that's the process, I think, that would get better results for developers, for the city, and for historic preservation. If you want to ask me about what those opportunities are, I'm happy to answer that question. Have I answered all the questions you've asked?
Yes, I just wanted to ask you, do you know how long that process normally takes? Do cities do it in like a month? They do it in 6 months? From your research, it sounds like you have a lot of experience, or at least interest in that. Is it like usually 6 months, or it's a year, or how is it typically done?
I don't have data on that, only experience. I would say a couple of months is not enough time to commission the report and complete it, which is not that hard to do. It can be done by a consultant on the, using internet resources and email to prepare the report. So I think an allowance, as I said in my comments, of 6 months would be good. Keep in mind, staff has been working on this for over a year, and I discussed this with the Plan Commission and Landmarks Commission a couple of years ago and said, here are gaps on both sides of the equation that we can improve on this. So I think a reasonable period of time is 6 months, knowing what goes into those reports. Say 3 months for the report and 3 months for public meetings and drafting an ordinance and engaging the stakeholders.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for registrants? Seeing none. Then we'll move on to item 6, which is amending sections in Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to single-family homes, accessory dwelling units, and small residential infill projects. Our first registrant on item 6 is Josh Olson of District 6, to be followed by Benjamin Nofke, to be followed by Emily Roth. Josh?
Hello again. Thanks for having me. Forgot to say last time that I'm not normal for being here. Sorry, I'm special for being here. My fiance would never come to one of these meetings. My friends don't. They think I'm crazy. So I appreciate all of the hard work that you all put in, and city staff as well does to come up with these ordinances and help make our lives better. Even if people don't come here and express approval, a lot of us are affected by it. So I'm really proud that the city is looking at these incremental updates. This is like Strong Towns at its core. What can we find the small issue? What's something on our street that we can fix? Let's fix it and let's iterate. So I'm really happy that we're doing this. I mean, even myself, I spent 3 hours this weekend looking at the zoning code, wondering what existing homes are technically illegal because we have some things written down in our law that don't allow them to, if they were to be demolished and rebuilt the exact same way, it would technically be illegal, or they need a conditional use. So I think finding those opportunities is a good use of staff time, and I know they put in a lot of work and they probably don't get the appreciation, but thank you. I really do appreciate it. I'll bring up the Housing Ready Cities again, because I think if they are up for more incremental updates, the 6 that Strong Towns are recommending are allowing single-family home conversion to a duplex or triplex by right, permit backyard cottages in all residential zones. I believe we already have that, so Well done. Legalize starter homes in all residential zones, eliminate minimum lot size requirements in existing neighborhoods, repeal parking mandates for housing, and streamline the approval process. For me, I think the minimum lot size hits home specifically because my parents still live in a home that is technically illegal. They have a 6,000 lot size home, and the zoning code says it has to be 7,000. And I know that I didn't turn out to be some crazy person as a result of that. So there are things that we can improve. We can improve them incrementally. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Benjamin Nofke of District 11, to be followed by Emily Roth, to be followed by Jim Kraft. Benjamin?
Hello again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I was, thanks again for listening to me. I was excited to see this change come about as well. I mean, you know, it speaks to the other values that I'm advocating for about improving like the flexibility and feasibility of having more of these housing types possible. And so I think these changes help push us in that right direction. And similarly, you know, it's that no silver bullet thing. So anything we can do, we should do. And I did just want to like take a quick focus on, so this touches on the open space requirements piece. And I think it's important to recognize that there are still like permeable surface requirements at play here. So that that doesn't really impact storm water at all. And I think like a sentiment that I see around is that, you know, people are concerned about like, well, what impact does this have on trees? And I'm on the same page. I completely understand. Trees are great. They do so much in so many ways, and that we should be thoughtful about them. But I do want to bring up that, you know, if we have an infill project and it's going to require removing this tree, and, you know, through a reasonable process, we determine, yeah, it's worth removing, or I would love to see efforts around relocating trees. But if we remove this tree, we can do this project. And I understand the pushback against that, but I want to say, if we don't remove this tree, then another tree is going to get removed. So if we say, well, we're not going to build here, but we can build greenfield in the periphery. And so now we're starting to get to an area where we're really affecting real habitat loss. Like those are complete ecosystems that we're likely impacting out there. And so not only are we relocating disruption to these more sensitive areas, but now we're sprawling more, which is going to induce more driving, and it's going to require more asphalt, and now we're going to increase impermeable surfaces. And so, you know, it's going to have a greater environmental impact if we don't do it in these locations that we're talking about. And so I just want to bring up that you know, we're people, we have an impact on the environment. How do we build in such a way where we minimize that impact? And I think those are the values we should be pursuing. So I wasn't specific there, but I like all the changes in this ordinance. And thank you for listening once again.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Emily Roth of District 19. I think we still don't have her either in the room or in the Zoom. So we'll go on then to Jim Kraft of District 13, to be followed by Mike Tarby. Jim?
Great, thank you. I just want to thank again the importance of which the previous speakers are bringing up, the importance of incremental improvement as we're doing these things, right? Like this is what, the fourth or fifth change in ADUs, each of which in ADU rules, each of which has incrementally made it easier. And I'm so excited to see already in my neighborhood new ADUs being built that probably just wouldn't have happened because it would have been like all this process and all this requirements and all these other things. And so I'm really excited to see these, which should make it that much easier. I have a lot with a very tired garage in the back of it that, the idea of building an ADU back there is really appealing. But I also have neighbors who have gone through this process, and it's not insignificant. And they were like, this thing was really hard, and that thing was really hard. But some of the things that are being addressed in these changes. So I'm super excited that these are continuing. Thank you to staff whose hard work has made this possible. And I just wanted to applaud the incremental efforts here to build a better, more affordable, more sustainable city.
Thank you. Our next registrant wishing to speak is Mike Tarby of District 6.
This is the last time I'm coming up, I promise. My name is Mike Tarby. Hi. I'm with Strong Towns Madison. I'm also a member of the Marquette Neighborhood Association. Figured that was worthwhile to toss it in there as well. I'd like to echo the comments of the speakers before me that this is a very common sense set of changes for allowing more housing types. I think there's been a sentiment, especially surrounding ADU, regulations that, it's just one unit at a time. How big of a difference is it going to make? But especially when we're talking about opportunities for folks in the community to, gradually and gently increase density in their neighborhoods. This is a great opportunity to not have to rely on these, national developers with, seemingly bottomless pockets to add hundreds of units at a time. If we can instead distribute that kind of load across the city and find opportunities in every neighborhood for someone to turn, a space above a garage into an ADU, whereas, maybe they wanted to make full use of that space prior, and due to the, existing requirements that wouldn't have been possible, but now since ADUs can be larger, they're able to do that. Things like that make more of these projects possible, and I think they encourage the type of local, small-scale, kind of neighborhood-sensitive development that we're aiming for. So I congratulate the council for considering this measure. I would also like to address the usable open space requirement, as that seemed to be a point of contention in Plan Commission. I'm also a proponent of lush urban tree canopy and fully understand the benefits of street-side greenery. It is worth noting, however, that the usable open space requirement already doesn't apply in some areas where we might most desire street canopy, such as the downtown core and transit overlay districts, so we don't need to be concerned that this change would impact those areas. Likewise, the same usable open space requirement already doesn't apply to front yards, which is where we see kind of the most benefit when addressing the urban heat island effect. So I think it makes sense to get rid of this usable open space requirement, and it won't have a significant change on the urban canopy. And kind of to also echo Josh's comment, as is always the case when we look at changes to housing ordinance, there are countless well-loved structures across the city. Wouldn't be shocked if my own apartment building falls into this category that do not meet the existing open space requirements because they were built before they were put in place, but they still contribute to this sense of sense of place into the city that we love. Also wanted to extend an invitation if anybody would like to join us at a Strong Towns conversation. We meet the first Saturday of every month. Next one is this Saturday. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Those are all the registrants wishing to speak on item 6. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 6? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask Josh and or maybe Mike to ask one of them, whoever wants to come up, about Strong Towns' experience as a national organization dealing with deed restrictions and other impediments to adding ADUs. And if you have any suggestions that you've learned from that research.
So first I'll clarify that I'm just a member, so I'm not speaking for Strong Towns in any way. I think they probably want me to say that. I know the deed covenants have come up, especially when it comes to Houston, because Houston's like the one city that doesn't have zoning. They've voted against it 3 times, but people tend to, they'll use the deed covenants to enforce kind of the way that stuff is built. I think on a personal level, we've talked about it at Strong Towns meetings because there's a portion of Madison that relies on deed restrictions. I don't have too much experience though. I mean, I don't know if you do, but it's something that, I mean, like I'm always generally aware of it. I'm curious if it picks up in the future. I hope it doesn't, but yeah. Sorry.
That's
Not
okay.
much.
I appreciate your efforts and bringing your thing to our attention.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for any of the registrants on item 6? Seeing none, then we'll move on to item 35, which is authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a non-competitive purchase of service contract with the Welch Group for Government Affairs and Strategic Advocacy Services for 1 year with the option of 2 one-year renewals. On agenda item 35, we have 2 registrants wishing to speak. Our first registrant is Alex Salutis of District 5, to be followed by John Fons. Alex?
Thank you, Mayor. We definitely need to step up our game in terms of lobbying. I wouldn't argue that the Welch Group is a good lobbyist. The question that started this, who's the best contract lobbyist, I don't think is the right question. I think the right question is, what are the best strategies and tactics for Madison, and who or how should they be implemented? I think you need to reject this proposal and follow the strategies and tactics used by the city of Milwaukee. Staff was directed by the council to talk to them about that. And there's nothing in this proposal that talks about their findings. On its face, this should be rejected because of the lack of transparency and accountability. There's no proposal, there's no contract, there's no rates, there's no documentation on who is actually going to do the work. There's no needs analysis of how much time it will take to accomplish the goals. There's no public oversight, accountability, or transparency of this important process. This isn't how we oversee other city activities. We could be a small fish in a big pond, and $72,000 with a contract lobbyist isn't going to get us very far. I wrote about this in my blog this afternoon. I sent a memo with strategies based on my experience with the Wisconsin Realtors Association on serving on their political action committee for years and years and years, and the strategies and tactics used by the city of Milwaukee. So I ask you to reject the proposal and follow the lead that Milwaukee has successfully
You have 30 seconds left.
So I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Fons of District 11. Do we have John?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to speak in opposition to this proposed contract with the Welch Group. I had to ask myself when I learned of it, what prompts anyone to hire a professional to do something for them? And typically the response to that would be, I don't know how to do it. You hire somebody to do something for you that you are either unwilling or unable to do for yourself. So I would propose that since she hasn't contacted Robin Voss for a meeting since 2019 and her first election to office, the mayor doesn't know how to lobby. But by the same token, any one of her deputy mayors doesn't know how, chief of staff doesn't know how, none of the department heads know how, and there's been no committee of alders organized to walk across the street, literally, and lobby the state for monies that by all accounts the city of Madison so desperately needs. But I'm here to tell you something. The Welch Group doesn't know how to do it either. If you pay them $70,000, the first thing they're going to use your money for is to educate themselves as to the needs of the city of Madison. so they can take their briefcases across the street to the state capitol and talk about it to the state officials. And the state officials will look at those people and they'll recognize them as hired guns, mercenaries, strangers in town. So you're not really an elected official, are you? You're not even appointed by an elected official. You're hired. You're a professional consulting, a professional lobbying firm. And so anything we tell you from our seats in the state assembly, you're going to deliver to the city of Madison secondhand. Then they'll get the information secondhand. It dilutes the process. What is preventing anybody in City Hall from walking over and lobbying for the city of Madison in good faith and gaining from the state of Wisconsin what the city of Madison so desperately needs? Do not hire those people. They don't know what they're doing until you teach them, and you're wasting your money.
You have about 30 seconds left.
That's all I need.
Thank you. We have no other registrants wishing to speak on this item. I will note that we do have both representatives of the Welch Group here available to answer questions. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 35? Seeing, Alder Harrington McKinney.
I'd like to call back Alex Salutis.
Do we have Alex still? It looks like we still have.
hello?
Alder. Yes. Okay. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. Alex, when you were talking about it, there were two terms, and I caught transparency. You said transparency and another term that you use. Could you say a bit more about the selection of this non-competitive bid?
Well, setting aside that this is for lobbying in the Welch Group, it's beyond me that council members can deliberate on this business with no proposal, no contract, no hourly rates, no information on who's going to actually do the work, no system or processes in place to oversee setting a legislative agenda and strategies and tactics to accomplish it, and monitoring the performance of this. I've been involved in lobbying for years, and I'm getting off track, but just on its face, the lack of information in this Legistar file that you're being asked to approve I'm just incredulous that the council can act on business this way. The accountability and transparency also factors into what happens moving forward. You know, the police, the fire department, the water utility, planning, zoning, housing, all of these different functions have public oversight and input into what's done and how it's done. And here, we've got a black box. Trust me, I've talked to a few friends at the Capitol, and they've said, these are the guys, or this is the team, to do it. So trust me, approve it. You directed staff to talk to Milwaukee 9 months ago about what they've done and what's worked. And I think they are a great success. There's, in terms of transparency, there's no case studies when you look at proposals like this. Okay, here's problem one. Here's what we did. Here's the result. Here's client two. Here's the problem. Here's the solution we came up with, and here's the results we got. You'd get half a dozen case studies in a proposal of problem, solution, results. And we have none of that. We have none of that here.
Alder, is your question answered?
Yes.
Thank you, Alder.
So,
Did you have an additional question, Alder?
thank you very much yes, my questions are answered. I just wanted to make sure that he was complete. Alex, were you complete?
Okay.
Were you complete?
I'm unmuted now. I guess I would just close by saying, in all of my experiences with lobbying, I've worked with a number of the best lobbyists in the state. I've worked on the committee overseeing the WRA's lobbying group, which in my opinion, I don't always agree with their policies, but has been a juggernaut at the state capitol. And this flies in the face of the strategies and the tactics that I've known to be successful. I think we can do better, and I think we can do more for less. So 72,000 is not going to get you much. You have no idea how many hours that is. There's no needs analysis of, okay, to accomplish your legislative agenda, this typically is.
I'm sorry, we have a point of order on the floor. Alder Govindarajan?
Okay.
I believe the Alder's question has been answered, and this is just turning.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
There's a point of order on the floor. Let him finish it. Alder Govindarajan?
I believe the Alder's question had been answered, and this is turning into additional testimony.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, has your question been answered?
So, the point of order, when we call back a speaker for additional questions, is it proper for an alder to determine who did not make the request to determine when the speaker is complete? I just need a clarification from the floor.
Alder, a point of order is always appropriate. I think the question is for you, if your question has been answered, and we can move on to additional questions. There are several alders in the queue. Or if you have additional questions for the speaker.
Okay. And so, Alex, were you?
Alder, I'm sorry, you turned your mic off.
I did it again. Okay. Alex, were you complete with your questions when I came back and asked you about accountability and transparency? Were you complete in your statement?
Yes, I think I've said all that I can about that subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am complete now.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Rommel, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned that someone from the Welch Group was available?
Yes, we have both Jim Steinecke and Peter Welch from the Welch Group.
Well, whoever, I'm not sure who the best one would be. I would just like them to talk a little bit about like what's the topics that are been raised and just the testimony about the deliverables. What can we expect from this relationship? How many hours does the money get on average? You know, how do you set up our relationship? What's it going to look like?
I would imagine that Jim would like to respond, but Peter, you're welcome to as well. Assuming you heard the Alder's questions.
Yes, happy to respond to that. So anytime you're entering into a lobbying contract, it's very difficult to determine how many hours things are going to take, and especially when you're dealing with a public entity like the City of Madison. The gentleman before spoke about strategies and tactics and things like that. I would suggest that would not be wise to put on the public record. Those are things that you really want to keep internal to make sure that those strategies and tactics aren't released to the lawmakers and everything else where those are the strategies and tactics we're using to influence them. So tipping your hand probably wouldn't be the wisest thing. a lot of the time and the effort will be determined based on the legislative agenda that the City of Madison sets and directs us to implement. So it's really hard to determine. I couldn't give you an average number of hours because every client is a little bit different, every need is a little bit different, and every issue takes a different amount of time. So we are happy to work with the city to be as transparent as we can without tipping our hand on to the public on strategies and tactics.
Do you have additional questions, Alder Rummel?
I'm sure I could think of one because I think you said I'm not going to answer your question. I might just let it go. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili? Okay, thank you. Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
Sure. I just want to bring this up because this came up at the Finance Committee, I believe, where you guys came, and I definitely in support of sales tax. That's my preamble in lobbying. I'm wondering, how do you, one of our values that we profess is housing, affordable housing, tenant rights, affordability of their rent so that they don't, it just doesn't jump. This again is a preamble. And one of the issues that came up is that this firm represents and represented the Apartment Association of Southern Wisconsin, which I used to be a member of. And I think the word is ostensibly, we could argue that their lobbying with the state legislature caused Madison to no longer have a type of rent control. It wasn't direct. So how will you guys represent our values when you represent other entities that might be in direct contrast?
Just want to correct the historical record there. The City of Madison has not ever had rent control or anything like it. What was preempted was our tenant protection ordinances.
Thank you, Mayor, for that correction. And I just want to say that I was in property management for at the time, and we did not. It was not rent control, but right in the contracts, you couldn't go above 5%. I think if you look at the years, maybe 2004, 2005, 2006, I was in property management for 10 years and did interact with the Tenant Resource Center. And, it was led at the time, by one of the former alders. And I do believe we had some kind of protection. Now, what if it was rent control? I don't know, but it was something.
It was not, and there are certainly contracts or properties in the city that are limited in the amount they can raise their rent, but rent control it's an entirely separate policy, which
this
we do
was
not
like
have.
for the likes of Gorman, and other entities, so I don't think it was just for, say like, Section
This is
42.
not relevant, Alder.
So I just want to say that, all I'm trying to say is I'm asking them to talk about.
Yes, and we'll get to your question, which is really about the conflict of interest.
Yes.
So, Jim, can you repeat what you said at Finance Committee regarding how you deal with conflicts of interest?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. And yes, this did come up at the Finance Committee. And one of the things when you're hiring a successful lobby firm in Madison, one of the things you're going to find is each firm that is successful does have a long list of clients that they work with. So conflicts are really inevitable in that case. Within our group, what we do is when there are conflicts of interest, we wall off individual lobbyists that are working on a particular issue from lobbyists that might be working on a competing issue where there's a conflict. So that's typically the way it's done. Something that we do on a regular basis, but we also did make it clear that in this particular case, we would have a conflict and we wouldn't be able to represent the city when it came to landlord-tenant issues. And quite frankly, in this current legislature, it is any of those issues are not going to move forward anyway, so it would be kind of a waste of your time and resources to be focusing on those things when we could focus on things that can actually get done.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue with questions on this item. So we'll just circle back to item 4 and see if Jane Leahy has been able to figure out the technology or is present. I do not see Jane in the room. Do we have Jane on the Zoom? Does not look like it. All right, so that brings us to the end of public comment. Our next item is a staff presentation. It's agenda item 3, Legistar 87271 on housing. And we will start with Director Wachter.
All right, make sure my share is working here. All right, so tonight we're going to give updates on two things, our housing forward strategy, as well as we'll preview the housing tracker. Just for background, about 5 years ago, the mayor's office and DPCED went through and reviewed the thousands of pages of housing reports that had been written and approved by the council in recent years. And from there, we sifted through the hundreds of recommendations to try to pull out items that were the combination of feasible, impactful, and timely to make a work plan. And that work plan is what Housing Forward is. So that's where I'm going to start. And so what Housing Forward really tries to get at are the two challenges that we have in our market. One is our severe housing shortage because we're a growing city and it's just hard to keep up with supply. And then on the other side, there is a long-term structural issue of our lowest income part of the population just cannot afford to live here. So because we've got this challenge of not having enough housing, one of the things that we did is set out a goal for housing production. And so we have a goal to build 15,000 new units over the next 5 years. And how we get to that number is that our relatively conservative projections are that we'll be adding 10,000 new households over that time. And because Madison has one of the lowest vacancy rates in the country, to push that up to a healthy 5 to 6% vacancy rate, we're aiming for 15,000 units. And that is a stretch, but we believe that it is achievable given our past 2 5-year periods, we've delivered 11 to 12,000 units. And then because we know that just delivering more supply is not going to be enough to help those lowest income households, we also set a target to deliver more affordable housing to the market. And we're defining that here as renter households below 60% of median income, ownership households below 80% of median income. And we're looking here for units that are long-term affordable. So the definition for the tracker for this is 30 years of affordability, but previous versions of Housing Forward really pushed it so that when the city's investing, we're aiming for 40 years of affordability in it. And this calculates out to about 3,700 units. And this is definitely a stretch. This is more units than we've been able to deliver in the past 5 years. But it's intentionally a stretch. And so now I'm going to walk through the things that we've achieved through Housing Forward over the last 3 years, and then map out what's going to be on that work plan for the next 2 to 3 years. So the first bucket of strategies fall in the category of increasing housing choice. So a lot of this is making sure we're adding enough supply in the right places and a wide variety of housing types so people have choice. And here on the planning side, as we've started the process of doing our area plans, we're taking extra attention to make sure we're looking hard at those commercial and institutional areas, places that we could perhaps add more housing than we thought in the past. On the zoning side, you've made a number of changes in recent years, including adding transit. Sorry, I always get this wrong. It's the transit-oriented district overlay. Yeah. Development. See, it's a tough one. TOD overlay. Thank you. Changing the definition of families, expanding opportunities for missing middle housing development. Then we've also looked at doing proactive zoning of places so that we make sure that when you're approving a plan, that the correct zoning is in place for some of those changes to happen. As we look to the future, one of the things that we heard loud and clear from the city's Housing Strategy Committee work last year is that we need more condos. So having strategies to advocate at the state level for more condominiums and other homeownership options is something we're going to pursue. We're looking at ways to creatively use TIF to create affordable home ownership options. Getting deep into the weeds, looking at things like lot division and subdivision processes to make it simpler to create more lots for home development. Again, digging deep into the weeds of the code, looking at ways to, again, further support missing middle housing. So duplexes, townhomes, small apartment buildings. Developing pre-approved plans for accessory dwelling units. This, again, came from the Housing Strategy Committee. Looking at ways that we can just simplify the way that we do things, have process improvements around technology, urban design, other things. So these are all in the work plan for the years to come. Other things that we've accomplished in the last couple of years is really large investments in the creation of affordable housing. So we've been able to invest $12 million of TIF and $47 million of affordable housing funds to create over 2,500 new rental homes, with 1,700 of those homes being income and rent restricted for the long term. And so that $59 million investment of city funds has leveraged over $200 million in tax credits to create that affordable housing. And nearly all of that is on transit, and 185 of those units are serving our lowest income residents, people making less than 30% of area median income. Another thing that we've done is taken a much more proactive role in the development of city and CDA-owned land. And so one of the things we've done is we started at the Triangle, first with replacing 350 units of public housing, but that'll grow to be 1,200 units of mixed income housing. The CDA is constructing affordable townhomes on Teresa Terrace. And then through our land banking efforts, we've secured over 13 acres of land in South Madison to support future housing development. We've worked with a number of area nonprofits to build permanently affordable homeownership opportunities as well. Again, looking to the future, things that we have is after we start that first phase of the Triangle, we'll be busy for a number of years building more and more phases of it. We'll also turn our attention to the corner of Park and Badger, where we have another couple hundred units of affordable housing paired up with the new public health clinic and Fire Station 6. So hopefully we'll be starting construction of that next spring. As we continue to work through our land banking program, we'll start to turn those properties over to development. The first of those that you're going to see is the Braden lot, which we hope to have some affordable housing in that development as well. In the city's future budgets, we're looking at $32 million of affordable housing funds in the next 2 years. So running those requests for proposals to bring developers on board. And then hopefully as much as possible pairing that with TIF and looking at our TIF policy to make that work even better. Our third strategy is beyond adding housing. We want to make sure that people can stay in their housing and afford to stay in their housing. So things that we've done in the last couple of years is that we've invested in almost 1,000 units of housing to make rental and repairs in those units and rehabilitate them. We've spent over $5 million to help households buy homes through our down payment assistance programs. We've helped dozens of older adults stay in their homes through property tax assistance. And then really, one of the biggest things that we've been able to do is take advantage of federal funds for the purpose of eviction prevention and rental assistance. So in those programs, we've been able to help almost 11,000 households stay in their housing throughout COVID and the years after. Again, looking forward, we hope to expand our energy efficiency improvement programs to reduce those sort of operating costs that hit renters. As the CDA is looking at its portfolio, it's made a commitment to not displace any of our residents. And really, as much as possible, we're trying to make it so that a resident just has one move from their old unit into a new unit with a minimal amount of disruption. And then we want to continue to grow our MADCAP program, which helps people, low-income households pay their municipal services bill. And then our fourth set of strategies really revolves around dealing with homelessness. So we've been able to continue to operate Dairy Drive, which is a campground for individuals who are experiencing homelessness, and be able to extend that through the summer of 2025. We've also been able to assemble over $25 million of city, county, and federal funds to construct the new men's shelter that is under construction right now, and we hope to have it up and operating at the beginning of 2026. And then looking forward, we want to turn our attention to how can we help the new women and family shelter. So there that we're looking to acquire surplus property at Darbo to help fill some of their funding gaps. And then we need to make sure that we have a sustainable operating budget for the men's shelter. So that's an overview of what we've done in the last couple of years and what's ahead. And then I'm going to turn it over to Heather, and she can give us a test drive of the new housing tracker.
Good evening, everyone. Heather Stouter with the Department of Planning, Community, and Economic Development. Thanks so much, Matt. I will share the housing tracker here and just provide a quick overview for folks. Hopefully everyone's seeing that on full screen. Okay, so what we wanted to do, as we've talked about our basic big picture goals, looking toward the next 5 years, seeing the Madison area add 15,000 new units, a quarter of which are affordable. We wanted to provide a simple and informative way for folks to follow the Madison region's progress toward those goals. And here is a simple public-facing tracker that we've created that's 3 pages, and I just want to provide a quick demo of the 3 pages. The landing page here really big picture tracks our progress toward that 15,000 home goal over time. You can see we're just starting. This is 1 month's worth of data. So in the month of January, 105 homes were completed. And you can see that we have over 4,400 homes under construction right now. And so this tracker will continue to move toward the right, toward that 15,000 goal. And then there's a corresponding map here that is interactive, and folks can zoom in to certain areas, be able to see what's under construction and what's been completed here in the aqua shade. And it's easy to hover over each dot and see how many homes have been either completed or are under construction on a given site. Then the second page really focuses more on affordable housing. At the top here, we have something that looks very similar. We're tracking the affordable housing completions over the 5-year period, working toward this goal of 3,750 total affordable units. And also, similarly, we can see that today we have almost 830 units under construction that have that long-term or 30, 40-year affordability. On the bottom of this page, what we've done is provided a way for folks to look back at affordable housing development over the last decade. So you can see here, this map, also interactive, shows the location of those developments that have that long-term commitment toward housing affordability. Similarly, you can hover here over each dot and see how many homes within that particular development are affordable and at what levels. And over here on the left, there's just a quick visual that shows the percentage of total homes that have been developed over the past decade that are affordable. So here in the purple shades, those are the affordable homes within the broader the broader number of homes that have been developed over the past decade. Users can also toggle and see what it looks like for different years. And so if we wanted to just look at affordable housing development from 2015 to 2017, you could do that, and you could see that, you know, around in those few years, it looks like we have about 4 or 5% of the total homes developed were, had that long-term affordability. And then you can look at recent years, thanks to many council decisions to continue to increase the Affordable Housing Fund and use the tools that Matt talked about to increase our support of affordable housing. You can see that in the most recent years, we've really increased that percentage. We're looking at about 16% of the total homes that have been constructed in the past 3 years or past 2 years have been affordable. And I do want to note that while almost all of the homes that have the commitment for long-term affordability do rely on subsidies of some type, this map doesn't actually differentiate between those that have city subsidy and those that don't. So this really, we've made an effort to include all of the housing with long-term affordability commitments, regardless of the source of subsidy. And finally, the third page simply provides more information on what's happened in the city over the past decade. Again, interactive maps where folks can zoom in and see all of the housing development over the past decade in Madison, and also all of the places where homes have been demolished in the city within that same time period. All in all, within the past decade, we've seen the construction of about 22 homes for every home demolished over the past decade. And again, here's a little slicer that folks can use to look at specific years or specific timeframes. If we want to look at 2015 to 2020, sorry, let me zoom back in on the Madison area here. This is a look over the first 5 years of the past decade, where we've seen 500 homes demolished and about 12,000 homes completed. Similarly, we can look at just the past few years here and see how that differs. Once again, we do have some information, just the number of homes completed or the number of homes demolished at any one site. And so, again, we've tried to really strike a balance here between information and simplicity so that this is really usable by the public, and hope that it's an interesting tool and that folks can follow Madison's progress over time as we work to achieve this ambitious goal. Thanks so much, and Matt and I are happy to take questions.
Thank you, Matt and Heather. Are there questions on either the presentation or the housing tracker? Alder Figueroa Cole?
I wasn't sure if I had pushed the button. I was hesitant. Well, thank you for this presentation, and this dashboard is amazing. I got lost on how to navigate to the 3 pages, so if people are looking for that, the numbers are at the bottom of the image. So yeah, this is a lot of information to digest, and I cannot wait to get into it. But quickly off the bat, like, what was happening in 2019, for example, when I look at these graphs? What is that gigantic amount of growth?
I don't know.
I'll pull it up here too. Just a second.
Sorry, Alder, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can put up the map again for the third page.
Okay, so if we look at 2019, that was, a record year where we saw over 3,400 homes completed in 2019. I will say that sometimes if there are 3 or 4 or 5 really large buildings that are completed, say in January, that have been under construction for a year and a half or so, sometimes 1 year can really jump without a major reason for it. Another thing I want to share is that we've really seen a lot of I think that our new housing in Madison has really been dominated by larger buildings in the past several years, and so the timing of just a few buildings can make a big difference. But yes, 2019 was really looks like a marquee year as far as housing completions are concerned.
And with respect to changes I know that there has been efforts for years on streamlining processes and the zoning code and development steps. Will there be a way in the future to see the impact of those changes that had in future development?
Well, we certainly hope so. The city has limited control over the housing market. Our toolbox, we're taking out every tool in the toolbox. We're refining regulations. We're funding housing aggressively, particularly affordable housing. But housing costs are going up, and the sort of the ambient housing market dictates a lot more than the city can control. So we certainly hope to. I think that has been, the mayor's goal, that has been the council's goal, is that as we make changes and as we make funding commitments, we want to be seeing the number of homes continue to increase over time. So that's, a big reason for this tool. Is just to provide a glimpse at this that we hope is easy to follow from whatever perspective you might be looking from.
Yeah, thank you again. I absolutely love all these data and the visualization. So I appreciate all the work, and thanks, Matt, for all the input that you just shared with us. So yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Uguer?
Yes. This would be a question for Matt, I think. If you just refresh us, because I've had a number of questions about this over the last couple of months. I know there are very practical reasons why we focus on 40 years for long-term affordability, but you might want to just mention for us why it's not 25 or 30 or 150 years.
Sure. So the reason we had it at 30 years is it matches up with the Section 42 tax credit program, which has a 15-year and then an extension to 30-year. So we had been piggybacking off of that. And then what we heard from the mayor and from council was really a desire to go farther than that. So we made 40 years our new standard. But when possible, we are negotiating for even longer, including perpetual affordability, which some nonprofits have been willing to do. And we restructure the loan to reflect that when it becomes in perpetuity. And the CDA is, when it does development, its timeline is much, much longer than 40 years.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. A question for Heather, and thanks to both of you for this presentation. And I know that there are many people like me that get nerded out over those kind of maps because they're fun and you can find things. And I'm wondering if at some point you will break out numbers between single family that's built versus multifamily, or if it's there and you just didn't show us.
Yeah, great question. We do have that data. Right now, the best way that it's seen is that the size of the circle or the size of the dot is larger for the larger buildings. But even single family homes are included on those maps. And the way that it's shown now is that one would hover over a very small dot and see that indeed it was one home. But we do have data that we could provide more of a roll up of the the homes based on the size of the building that they were in. I think that's what you're asking, like what's our breakdown by building size? And that's something we do have and could add in a future addition to the tracker.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I really appreciate that you've added demolitions to the calculations, because I think, the net number is really important, and then to see the demolitions is very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you both, Matt and Heather, for your presentation, and moreover for all the work you and your colleagues are doing in this area. Heather, I do have a follow-up question about the exciting new tracker. And in terms of perhaps to add to the list of future innovations, if we could try to track the number of beds as opposed to just units, that might be helpful. Am I understanding correctly that the current inaugural tracker, Heather, is simply the number of units, correct? It's not even the number of bedrooms, or in the case of student housing, beds?
Yes, that is correct. Right now, it's based on building permit data that has the number of homes or number of units. Unfortunately, we don't have a great data set for the number of bedrooms when a building gets its certificate of occupancy, which means it can be occupied and lived in by residents. There isn't a piece of data that I'm aware of that actually tracks the number of bedrooms there, but I'm going to talk with colleagues in building inspection just to see what we might be able to pull off there. I think it's a great question. Obviously, a 3-bedroom home is really different than a studio apartment. I certainly recognize the need for that data. Right now, I'm not sure that it's clean and easy to get at and show on this, but we'll ask questions and try to get to the bottom of that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. So if I could ask, so beyond the land use application, is that really the only, and the actual application and the plans, that's the only real data point that we have in terms of how many beds would be in, say, a student high-rise proposed in the campus area? Because obviously that information is in the report that your planners provide to the Plan
Yes.
Commission and policymakers. Yeah.
Correct. Again, this is really drawing from building permit data. I do think that the other place that data shows up, I'm not sure how perfect it is, but when you look at the assessor data at the property level, that data is there in some cases. At least, the number of bedrooms is typically there. So I think we'll have to do some, just some fact finding, some internal conversations, and see if there's a clean data set that we could link to this one in order to be able to show a more robust look at the types of housing that we're seeing completed.
I appreciate that. And I don't think I have any other questions, but just in closing, a comment, especially since we have Principal Planner Kevin Furco with us here in the chambers. But Kevin will remember that for several years, I think this was all prior to the pandemic, Kevin, you compiled a list of downtown, at least campus area, development information in a memo form to the Plan Commission. And I use that when I've been have guest lectured in real estate classes at UW over the years, that I thought was really handy. So I know that Kevin put that together in probably a very painstaking way that took a lot of time. over the years. So something like that in the tracker, I think, would just be really cool, and it would, which really true up how many beds we've created and will be creating in the future if we could have that concrete data someday. So thanks again for all you've done and are continuing to do, Heather. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler?
Hi, Heather. Forgive me if you've already answered this, but given the earlier discussion about ADUs, does this track ADU developments? And also, if somebody turns a single family house into a duplex, would this reflect that?
Yeah, great questions. On the accessory dwelling unit one, just recently, just in the past year or two, the Building Inspection Division has started tracking explicitly the construction of accessory dwelling units. And so we would have data going back at least just a few, I think 2 years on that. Beforehand, it's just a little bit more murky. And those are just showing up as, single unit buildings or, one home. So we'd have to do kind of a deep dive back and figure out how to recreate it if we're talking about the last decade. But moving forward, we should be able to track completion of accessory dwelling units. And yes, the addition of a new home, like a second unit to a single family home, would be captured here. And that would show up as one new home.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other Alders in the queue. Oh, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. And this would be for either Matt or Heather, I'm not sure. Going back and looking at the 2023 Housing Snapshot Report on page 10 on looking at the rental market supply and demand by income and rental cost. There doesn't seem to be any shortage of housing in the 30 to 60% tranche, nor is there any shortage of housing in the 60 or 50% to 80% tranche. There is in our city a tremendous shortage of housing in the 30% AMI. It says 11,695 households are renting up. Likewise, or similarly, there's a shortage of housing in the 80 plus and above, or what might be considered market rate. The question is, why aren't we disaggregating this further and tracking specifically what is clearly an identified need, and that is a shortage of housing for our most vulnerable residents in our city, and incentivizing and pushing and holding us accountable to increasing the supply of 30% AMI housing? Why isn't this specifically emphasized, and why are we looking to build, say, 30 to 60%, for which there is clearly a surplus right now?
I don't know who wants to take that one. We'll start with Matt.
So I'll say from a funding tool side of things, we can only get so many 30% units in a building. Even in a tax credit transaction, those 30% units they lose money. So they're subsidized by the other units in the building. So we're usually able to get something like 15% of units in a building. There's just a limit to the power of the tax credit tool. There are not more Section 8 vouchers. There's not more public housing subsidy to do it. So that is definitely a limitation on the toolkit side of things to do that. And like you noted in here, we have people sort of renting in the wrong spot. So our hope is when we add more of something, the people can shift in the market and eventually filter into the right spot. But it's certainly not instantaneous. And then as far as the data go, on the map, it's certainly possible to show more granular. It's just, again, to what Heather got to, we have more data than we have sort of room to put on maps.
We can track the completed units in that 30% AMI level, but I suppose I would like it to be, as a matter of policy, us to keep on the conversation about how we can increase the number of units, even though it's problematic and challenging. Second question, regarding, and this is perhaps controversial, but regarding what we're doing at Teresa Terrace and building affordable homes through CDA, I'm worried about the next generation of what happens is that someone takes ownership, that then they're sold at market rate levels. And yes, that increment, that value is part of the accrued wealth for that family, but the family who's buying next is not benefiting from the city's initial investment. I'm wondering why we're not looking at more explicitly at the Madison or at the land trust model, which developed during the civil rights era in the South as a way of trying to keep a cap on the rapid rise in housing values by disaggregating land from the building. So do we have anything in our current work plan about exploring greater use of the Madison area community land trusts and their work in our community?
Sure. To step back once to your other question about the 30% units, one thing that gets lost in that graph is a lot of those 30% AMI households have a Section 8 voucher, so they can rent in the 60% market. And we also have students who skew the data a bit. They show up as 30% households, but they're getting subsidy in other ways. So that explains a bit of the mismatch is those two renter categories. As far as the land trust goes, some of those parcels that we talked about in the work plan being transferred to them, we have given some to the land trust. I think we would certainly look to partner with land trust on more of those in our land banked properties, as well as we're looking at other ways to help finance them. So it's not called out explicitly in Housing Forward, but there are specific projects that are in the work plan to do exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I'll just close by thanking both you and Heather and your staff as well. Thank you for your efforts for all your work in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize, the system is only letting me unmute one person at a time, so you do actually have to wait for me to unmute you in order to speak. Alder Bennett, questions?
Yeah, I believe that Alder Evers, damn it, Alder Evers brought up a great point that I've been thinking about for a very long time now. And I mean, is it correct? Am I correct in saying that one of the reasons that we can point to for there being a surplus in 30 to 60% AMI units is the intentionality behind the LIHTC program, and that it is successful. However, it is not successful in building the lower end of like the 30% AMI units, and then above 80%. Am I right to say that?
Yes, you're correct. We're taking a tool that is designed to build mostly workforce housing, and we're bending it down the income curve and pushing it to do more 30% units than the subsidy can do. That's part of what the city's funds do, is it lets us get more of those 30% units. It lets us get more 3 bedrooms. It lets us get more units with services than the program itself is really designed to do.
Oh, sorry. I think that you talked about some of the ways in which we can incentivize less than 30% units, but I wanted to tackle the issue of like the fact that many renters are renting down. They're renting below their income or like above 80%, which is taking away units from people that need that 30 to 60% housing. So I'm wondering if you could maybe expand upon how the importance of building like missing middle housing or building infill development or units, like when the impacts of reducing some of that, you know, more, I don't want to say, of those higher end units, how like when we go through the process of reducing those amount of units, that means that we have less units for those people above 80% AMI.
Yeah, I think we have a whole cohort of people who in maybe a generation past would have hit that 100%, 120% AMI category and bought a starter home or a condo or things like that. And those products just don't really exist. So they're staying longer in the rental market and they're taking up a unit that might otherwise be rented to someone at, you know, 70, 80% AMI. And so the housing market isn't sort of functioning the way it is as people make more income, that they're moving on to other product types, the missing middle things you talked about, the condos, the starter homes. Because our market can't deliver those, they're staying in the rental market and pushing that pressure onto that market.
Thank you for that. I was wondering, is there any way that we could break down the statistics by demographic? I know like you probably don't have that available right now, but I'd be curious to see by race and ethnicity or by age, who are the people that are falling in that under 30% AMI and who are the people that are falling in that above 80% AMI? Like, are those folks all the Epic employees that are coming to Madison, or are they people that are aging into retirement or something like that? You know, I'd be curious to know that.
So we do track it. So farther down in the housing snapshot, we do break it down by race and ethnicity. Some of the things, though, to break it down by like age and race, you're talking about, you get really small groups and our margin of error becomes, it makes the data not really very useful. So we kind of get to pick a factor or two, but when you start to say income plus race plus age, the data become kind of meaningless and it becomes hard to track. So we do break it down the best that we can by race. And some of the data also are a special subset of data that are cut by HUD, and they don't do it every year. So it also, that data tends to lag in some cases when we try to get that fine-grained.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, did you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just had one question. I saw that 2/3 of the 2,544 homes will have long-term affordability. I was just wondering, what safeguards do we have in place to prevent rent increase or affordability restriction from expiring in the future?
That's a great question. So when the city puts its money out into these deals, it's in the form of a loan, especially the Affordable Housing Fund. So that loan is sitting on the deal, and we have a land use restriction. So if they would break it, we could call our money due. But when we hit that 40-year period, they can pay us back, but more likely it's gonna force a conversation that we have with them about what's the future of this building. And this has happened to other buildings that we've funded in the past. They hit the end of their period of affordability and they owe the city $1 million, $2 million. And they come to us and we negotiate a 5-10 year extension, or they say, we maybe can't do quite as deep of affordability, and we are able to negotiate at that point. So now that our portfolio of loans on these deals has become much larger, managing those in the long term is a new body of work that the Community Development Division is taking on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
I just had a follow-up question to something that Alder Bennett said, and that you responded, is regarding we can't deliver the single-family starter homes and also the condos right now. Will that change? And how is the city working towards addressing that? So we don't have the dichotomy of either really inexpensive homes that are totally full and then astronomical costs for rent.
Sure. So on the starter home, some of the technical changes that are in the work plan to talk about land division, subdivision to allow for small lots, easier to do those sorts of product is one side of it. To allow more townhome type products is work that we've been doing for a number of years to make sure that the zoning code and all of those rules match up so you can actually physically put the unit there. On the condo front, our community development division has been meeting with a number of banks in the market to talk about what is their restriction? Because on one hand, there's the loan to develop the building, and there's a lot of requirements to have pre-sales, which can be intimidating for the developer. But then we need to make sure that there's financing for the individual homeowner borrower to take them out, and there's reserve requirements and things that go in there. So there's not a silver bullet when it comes to financing these. The Community Development Division has been able to work with some nonprofits to do 40 odd unit buildings and help them map out a path to pre-sale, a lot of them. But now some of the key is to get that to scale. So that is an ongoing project that we have on the financial institution side, not just our approvals.
Just following up with that is, one thing is a talking point is that there's a point where condo developers were getting sued. Are we still under that, where people were not wanting to build condominiums because of lawsuits or the law that had been adapted? Are we still under that?
Those are still issues that are out there in the market, and some of that is going to be things that happen on the state level and working with our community of architects and how the insurance works. So yes, that's definitely on the work plan, is to help tease those out. But a lot of it's going to be things that we don't control. We can just advocate for changes.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for either Matt or Heather? Seeing none, thank you both. Sorry, Alder Vitiver?
May we take a 10-minute recess, please?
Alder Vitiver moves a 10-minute recess. Is there a second? Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we are recessed until 9:10. Thank you. Okay, we're 1 minute from coming back, folks. 1 minute. All right, if I can please have the alders in the room take their seats and the alders on the Zoom return and bring on their cameras if they can. If I can please have the alders in the room take their seats. And the alders on the Zoom turn their cameras back on if that is possible. Thank you. And the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Duncan. Alder Duncan is present. Thank you. Alder Evers. Alder Evers is present. Alder Field. Alder Field is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Govindarajan. Alder Govindarajan is present. Alder Ugair. Alder Ugair is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Knox is excused. Alder Latimer Burris. Alder Latimer Burris is excused. He's present. I apologize. Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Madison is present. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Present. Alder Martinez Rutherford is present. Alder Miadze.
Present.
Alder Miadze is present. Alder Rummel. Present. Alder Rummel is present. Alder Tischler. Here. Alder Tischler is present. Alder Revere. Here. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vitever. Here. Alder Vitever is present. Alder Wahelia. Alder Wahelia is emotionally present. Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett. Here. Alder Bennett is present. Alder Conklin is excused. Alder Curry. Alder Curry is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Alder Wahili?
May I have Assistant Chief Patterson present his data before the other agenda items?
Alder, are you moving that we take up item 44 at this time?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Is moved and seconded to take item 44 up at this time. Is there any objection to taking item 44? Seeing no objection, Chief Patterson, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alder Wahili. And thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. As you know, this is my first time presenting as your interim chief, so I'm not suggesting that you go easy on me. I'm just asking that you provide me some feedback, because what I created tonight, I tried to basically take what has now become a 47-page quarterly report for all of you and make it a little more digestible and hopefully hit the highlights. So if not tonight, in the coming days, if you have requests or suggestions, please let me know, and I'll try to improve for the first quarter of 2025. So next slide. Thank you, Eric. So just walking through some of the highlights of our data, are looking at shots fired calls. We had 35 in the fourth quarter of last year, and that was a 5.4% decrease from the third quarter. Next slide. And just real quick, just to kind of give you context, if you missed the State of Public Safety address that former Chief Barnes did in mid-January, for 2024, we're down 12% from the previous year in total number of shots fired. For overdoses, mainly involving heroin and fentanyl, we're down 5% from the third quarter in the fourth quarter. And fortunately, there were no overdose deaths in the last quarter of last year, which is fantastic. Next slide. We experienced a 22.8% decrease from the third quarter to the fourth quarter in robberies. Now, this includes both armed robberies and robberies using physical force, so it's all robberies. And then compared the entire year to 2023, we're down 16% in robberies. Next slide. Burglaries, these are both residential and commercial burglaries. We had 96 of them in the fourth quarter of 2024. Sounds like a lot, but it actually was a 12% decrease from the third quarter of 2024. And then overall, compared year to year, 2024 was down 36% from 2023, which was great news. Next slide. Stolen autos are up a bit. They were up 23% from the third quarter of 2024. We had 64 reported in the fourth quarter of last year. But we're still down overall from 2024 or from 2023 rather, down 38% total comparing the 2 years. Next slide. Theft from auto, so entering a car, not actually taking the car. From one quarter to the other, we're down 38%. Overall, comparing 23 to 24, we're down 20% as a whole on the year. Next slide. And then just as a reminder, beyond just data, there's use of force data, there's training data, and there's promotion data, and changes to our SOPs also included in the quarterly report. So in the fourth quarter, just looking at use of force data, we had 58 incidents of use of force and 305 in the total year. Now, the full report, if you take a look at that, we do break it down by type of force and the actual location in the city. And then, as a reminder, each incident is reviewed for compliance with our policies and training. Next slide. We include, as a reminder, our restorative justice data, and a lot of you know this, but all of our 12 to 16-year-olds receive referrals to restorative justice. They do not receive municipal citations. We do break them down by incident type, and then we include our referrals to the Dane County CRC as well, and that's, again, only for 17 to 25-year-olds for specific crime types, and those are broken out there. Next slide. I didn't include it in this slide, but we do include some citation data in the full report for all of you. But just as a highlight, we received 160 traffic complaints from the community in the last quarter of last year and responded to 830 crashes. Kind of, I guess, typical, I would say, for winter months, but 126 of those required additional investigation. And then there's some other data there in the last line. Next slide. As a reminder, we graduated a new class of about 30 officers that just hit the streets at the beginning of February, which is great news. And there are 11 promotions in this current report for all of you. It includes the names of the individuals and the ranks that they were promoted to. Next slide. And then the report has gotten a little long because we do include any updated SOPs for all of you to take a look at, and the changes are all highlighted. But as a reminder, we do post all of those to the website for our community to take a look at and provide comment to. And we have started sharing those with the Office of Independent Monitor as well as they're changed. And then the last slide, please. Again, our discipline outcomes and summary of recognitions are also included, and we hyperlink those in the report for all of you to take a look at. And so that's my 30,000-foot view of that report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions for the Chief on the quarterly report? Seeing Alder Miadze?
Yeah, thank you for the report. Just wondering, never really got an update about the body cameras. Just seeing if you could give a brief update. The pilot.
Oh, you bet. Thank you for the question, Alder. As a reminder, late last fall, we submitted the report to the council on the outcome of the pilot, and I think that was included in Legistar, so it is available for viewing. But I can't really comment on any progress until we know what the instructions are for the upcoming budget processes for both capital and operating, and have no immediate plans to do anything at this time.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask you about the restorative justice program that's operating in your schools. And I was just looking at the numbers. Could you just kind of give just a little summary of those? I'm really interested.
So are you referring to the RJ slide that I had up earlier?
Yes.
That one? Absolutely. The table that I pulled there shows two things. It's the 12 to 16-year-old respondents. In years past, they would actually receive a municipal citation, and that was kind of the referral mechanism to get them into restorative justice. We eliminated that step and created a restorative justice referral form. So they no longer receive a citation from the police officer who responds to whatever the issue is. They get referred directly by the officer to RJ. And that, again, is for 12 to 16-year-old respondents only. For 17 to 25-year-olds, because as you know, in Wisconsin, 17-year-olds are unfortunately still viewed differently and viewed as adults. So they are considered for the Dane County CRC. But again, that's for incidents like battery, trespass, criminal damage to property, obstructing a police officer, not physically resisting a police officer, and theft and retail theft. So those are both state crimes that can be considered for those referrals, but also municipal citations.
Thank you, Chief. Alder Harrington McKinney, any additional questions? Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver, questions?
Yep, the very first item in the report talks about your emergency and priority call limitations. And I'm just curious, it looks like it's lower. It looks like it's better than in the past, but there's nothing to compare it to. So I'm just wondering if that's an impression of mine or if that's real, that it's getting better. And then I have a second question.
I think is a good impression, but I think we could do a better job providing some comparison for all of you to kind of compare it maybe from quarter to quarter and year to year. And so we'll look to try to do that to maybe give some more context.
Okay. And then my other question is around traffic citations. So it looks like the number one reason for traffic citations is alcohol involved. Am I reading that correctly?
Let me flip here. So these are the traffic grant data, I think, is the table that you're looking at. Those are specific grants where we receive funding through the state to do targeted enforcement efforts. And so those are alcohol-related grants, speed-related grants, and seatbelt, and then obviously pedestrian and bike-related grants. So it looks to me like the alcohol-related grant efforts have yielded the most citations. So not necessarily the most enforcement actions, overall.
It's just that you were concentrating on
exactly
doing that.
Yep.
Okay. And then the part above it with the serious and fatal crashes, do we have, this is obviously a compilation, but do we have information on that about how much of that was related to alcohol or other impaired driving?
I don't have that in front of me, but that can easily be shared.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for the chief? Seeing none, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. And that will take care of item 44. And so then we'll go back up to the top of our agenda and take up item 4, which is Legistar 87074, approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Meyer Avenue Assessment District of 2025. On item 4, President Figueroa, call the motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there any questions? Is there any discussion? Seeing none of either, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 4? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. That will take us to item 5, which is Legistar 86649, substitute, repealing and recreating sections of the Madison General Ordinances related to demolition of buildings to update the approval processes. And on item 5, let's first get a motion on the floor. President Figueroa Cole?
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt, and we do have a presentation from the Planning Division. Kevin?
Bear with me one second. Trying to get it into. Okay. Do you want your notes? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for Director Walker walking me through the technical difficulties. So thank you, Matt. Thank you, everyone, Mayor, members of the Common Council. And for those I don't know, I'm Kevin Furco. I'm a principal planner in the Planning Division, and I'm going to provide an overview. I'm joined with several colleagues to speak to the Demolition Code update tonight. I've got Katie Bannon, the City Zoning Administrator, Matt Tucker, the Building Inspection Director. Online, we have Heather Bailey, the city's preservation planner who staffs the Landmarks Commission. And we also have Assistant City Attorney Kate Smith. And we'll all be able to answer questions. Now, as far as what we want to cover, as you can see in the substitute ordinance, and that's what I'll be primarily speaking to tonight, is the substitute ordinance. That is the ordinance that was prepared after the Landmarks Commission meeting, and that was the one recommended for approval by the Plan Commission at their meeting last week. There are changes to Section 28-185. That is the demolition standard section of the zoning code. Most of the changes are there. That is a repeal and replace. And then there are also a small number of changes to the Landmarks Commission's section of ordinance in 4128. I'm going to break my overview up into just 3 parts here today, just to kind of simplify it. I'm going to start by talking about the process and the changes that are in the substitute ordinance. Then I'm going to talk about some of the changes to the proposed standards, including the approval standards and the statement of purpose. And we'll touch on briefly the codifying of the framework for the Landmarks Commission. It's kind of how we'll walk through the next several minutes. But before we get into the changes, I just want to do a little bit of table setting here and talk a little bit first about some demolition statistics. You can see we've got some statistics here going back from October 2021 through the end of last year. That October date was selected. That was the last time there was a significant update to the demolition ordinance as it stands. So that's really the ordinance we've been using for the last 3+ years. And during that time, we've been seeing about 40 to 50 demolition applications a year. Total, we've seen 143, which covered 249 buildings. And during that time, 96%, or 240 of the 249 buildings that were proposed for demolition were approved. Pivoting to the right-hand slide, you can see the chart at the right. That graphic summarizes the Landmarks Commission's recommendations as part of this process. And as noted by several of the speakers here, the Landmarks Commission is an advisory body to the Plan Commission on all of these demolition requests, and this is just a summary of the types of recommendations. We'll talk about it a little bit further later, but Landmarks Commission essentially provides one of 3 types of recommendations. The green is a finding of that there is no known historic value, and that's about 74% over this stretch of time. The yellow is their caution recommendation. That is, while the building itself might not be historically significant, it's considered a regrettable loss. That's a term that is often used to describe it. Something about the structure, there is some historic interest with the building. Again, that's about 18% over this stretch. And 9%, that is the red recommendation, or that the Landmarks Commission found that the building had historic value. So this kind of correlates to, for those of you who may have heard the stoplight analogy, the red light, the green light, the yellow light. Sometimes the recommendations of the Landmarks Commission are categorized that way. Stated another way, it's Type A, Type B, and Type C, as we'll talk about further. I also just wanted to take a moment and talk briefly about the existing demolition process and how it lays out today. And I think importantly, just to note that the Plan Commission is the approving body on the demolition of all principal buildings or the main buildings. This doesn't apply to sheds or accessory buildings, but the main building on the site. The Plan Commission is the approving body. And before the Plan Commission act, the ordinance requires that the Landmarks Commission makes an advisory opinion, as we just discussed, on the historic value of that. That happens on all demolition requests. The time from making an application to getting to the Plan Commission is roughly about 6 weeks per our published schedule. That doesn't include pre-application time or neighborhood meetings or things that might happen before an application is submitted. And it doesn't include the permitting that would have to happen after a Plan Commission approval. As far as the council's role, the council would hear any appeal to the Plan Commission decision if an appeal was filed on a demolition request. So talking about that first group of changes, again, the process changes, the existing process is on the left and the proposed process is on the right. And you could see they're very similar processes in many regards. I want to first note that under the proposed process, the Landmarks Commission still will review every application as they do today. That is not changing with the proposed ordinance. From there, the Landmarks Commission, for projects where the Landmarks Commission makes a recommendation that there is historic interest, that red or yellow category or the category A or B, that there is some level of historic interest, then those demolition requests would then proceed to the Plan Commission as they do today. Again, we're talking roughly about a quarter of the applications based on the statistics of the last few years. The big change is that for those demolitions where the Landmarks Commission finds that there is no known historic value, that was the 74% of the green over the last few years, those applications then would be able to proceed right to the permitting phase, and there would not be a Plan Commission review of those demolitions. That's the fundamental change in process. That's the big change I wanted to highlight here. If you see that, that's the orange no line kind of on the far right-hand side of the screen is the big change. Moving ahead to the second group of changes, this is the wording changes. And as we heard several speakers tonight and throughout the process, we've heard most of the comments and want to acknowledge that they've had to do with some of the wording. Here, and I'm not going to read this here, I just wanted to highlight the language that changed in the substitute versus the original proposed ordinance. The yellow language was added. This was added after the Plan Commission hearing and had to do with recognizing the importance of historic preservation. So the yellow language is different and added from the original ordinance that was introduced earlier this year. Next, I'd like to talk about the approval standards. And what we have on the screen right here is a summary of the existing standards that are in the demolition ordinance today. The Plan Commission has these 7 standards, and they must find that all 7 standards are met in order to approve. Interestingly, I would note that standards 1 through 6 are generally items that there are information that need to be provided, and the Landmarks or the Plan Commission's role is to essentially note that it's received and at some point that they've considered it. And that's 1 through 6. It includes items such as information related to a possible feasibility of relocating the building, a reuse and recycling plan, which is required to be approved by City Streets Division, the recycling coordinator, note of the report of the Landmarks Commission and has preservation planner, any report from the city forest or information on the condition of the building. And then the last standard, that is number 7. That's really where findings are typically made. And it says that the Plan Commission has considered the above standards, the information, and finds that the proposed demolition is consistent with the statement of purpose and with the health, safety, and welfare. I'm paraphrasing the standard, but that's essentially how the existing standards are laid out. Now, I want to note the new standard, as you can see in the substitute, there are 2 standards that are recommended in the new substitute ordinance, but that doesn't mean the other information is going away. All of those considerations are being moved to either other parts of this ordinance or already exist in Madison General Ordinance. Many of these items are actually being moved up front to application requirements. So these are items that it clearly says these are things that must be submitted as part of the application, and therefore it will be there as part of that. But it's not the Plan Commission standard to check off that those are in. But they can and should review this information where it's applicable to a particular request. And then there's a few standards here. We're talking about the recommendations of the Preservation Planner, Landmarks Commission, and information, the condition. And you can see on the chart here, these are really intended to kind of dial into the new demolition standards of the two. And there's been considerable discussion, and I've got a couple slides here so you could see the language here, and just quickly highlight this. The first approval standard in the substitute is the demolition of the existing building is consistent with or will aid in the implementation of adopted plans or with the purpose statement of this section. In many regards, this is similar to what is in the Standard 7 that's in the code today. The second approval standard states that there are factors that are found to outweigh the public's interest in preserving historic resources. And again, the standard here is written to say that these are to outweigh, that there's something that outweighs the public interest in preserving historic resources. There's a list of 4 items. I would say they're illustrative. These are factors that could be used to make this finding. It doesn't say that any one of these has to be found, and it also notes that there could be other findings that could be made, but it would need to be found by the Plan Commission to outweigh the public interest in preserving the historic resource. What I will note is that many of these factors here are items that, as I've staffed lots of Plan Commission meetings, I've written and reviewed lots of staff reports that go to the Plan Commission. These are the types of considerations that the Plan Commission have oftentimes cited, either in support or in opposition to a demolition request. So they're listed here to provide some guidance in terms of the types of things that could be considered. But again, it's not, the Plan Commission would not have to find these specific standards are met. I do want to note, before I move to that slide, I did just want to note a couple of items on this. It's when the Plan Commission reviewed this at their meeting a couple of weeks ago, those commissioners that did speak to the ordinance did acknowledge that they thought that this was an improved set of standards. And it was noted, and I just think this is important, that one of the commissioners said that this was this would be helpful for both finding the standards are met and approving a demolition, or not finding an approval or set. This framework represents more of the types of things that are considered with the new two standards. Just the other change were the changes to the Landmarks Commission ordinance. This is the Chapter 41 information. What this does, again, it takes that stoplight analogy or the category A, B, and C findings, and it essentially codifies, or it codifies what is in their policy and procedures manual and puts it into the ordinance to provide a little bit more shape to that. Now here it's summarized as historic value, regrettable loss, or no known historic value as the types of recommendations that a Landmarks Commission is required to provide. The language in the ordinance is more specific, much more detailed than the summary language there. I did want to note that. So in conclusion, I just wanted to note that the substitute ordinance before you is in response to some policymakers' request to simplify the demolition process and improve the approval standards. Our final slide here just talks about the previous actions. On February 10th, this item was at the Landmarks Commission. They recommended approval of the changes to the category A, B, and C section, the codifying of their recommendations. However, they did request that the Common Council re-refer this item back to the Landmarks Commission to allow more time to review the other information, including the information in the zoning code about the process and standards in section 28.185. A week later, last Monday on the 17th, the Plan Commission unanimously recommended approval of the substitute ordinance with no changes recommended. So that would conclude the overview presentation I have. But again, several staff are here to help answer questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to questions for staff then. Alder Duncan?
Thank you first for doing this presentation for us. I did have a question with regards to removing one of the standards of approval. If that was removed and then put under a condition instead of as part of the standard of approval, what impact might that potentially have for planning staff as well as potentially Plan Commission?
I would say it really depends on what is actually moved. I'm not sure if this is. I guess if you had more specifics, I could kind of react to that. Because it would really depend on the language.
Looking at the 4, if the last one around the plan to mitigate the loss of the building was taken out of the standard of approval and then actually put under a condition, what impact would that have?
I think I wouldn't object to that. As far as that, I don't know if Assistant Attorney Smith has further comments, but I wouldn't object to that. I don't know, Kate, if you had any additional information or any additional thoughts.
I just want to confirm that I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's fine to move it to conditions. It would kind of function similar to how the Plan Commission imposes conditions through the conditional use process. It would be, and perhaps Heather Bailey could kind of talk a little bit too about the nature of the type of mitigations or conditions if alders wanted to, but it would be fine to move it from a legal perspective.
I think that, Katie, did you want to add something also?
Well, I just wanted to highlight, I feel like there's been a little bit of a confusion. It's not our standard of approval that if a mitigation is proposed, then the demolition is approved. It's one of the factors that potentially the Plan Commission could consider in making a determination that potentially one of those factors outweighs historic preservation. And the mitigation idea really came up through Plan Commission and landmarks as we were speaking about very early last year about potential changes to the demo ordinance.
Heather, you came on camera. Did you want to add anything?
No, Mayor, I came on because my name was invoked, but I'm available to answer questions if there's questions related to that.
Thank you. Alder Bennett, questions?
Yeah. As it relates to the, first part of the demolition changes, as I understand it, with the current process, in the changes, the demolition permits that we are looking to move to administrative review oftentimes are just on the consent agenda for the Landmarks Commission meeting. They're not even reviewed by the Landmarks Commission, but that adds to the time. Or like they're reviewed, but they're on the consent agenda. So like that's just adding to the timeline. Can you confirm if I'm right in that understanding?
Heather?
Yes, happy to provide clarification. No, those are discussed at Landmarks Commission. Where they get put on the consent agenda is for Plan Commission. So the proposed change in the ordinance would take the ones that Landmarks Commission finds there's no known historic value, that those can then just move on through an administrative process, as opposed to having to wait for another month and a half to go to Plan Commission. It could just be handled there, then move on to administrative. So it significantly cuts down on the timeline for an overall project if there's no known historic value.
Right. And if someone wanted to appeal that decision, could they send it to the Plan Commission if they really wanted to, or appeal the Landmarks Commission decision?
So Meaning they contest that there's no known historic value?
That there is historic value.
Right. I think we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it opposite ways.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Could they dispute that they think it really... So you're proposing a situation where someone objects to the Landmarks Commission finding no known historic value because they think the property really does have historic value.
Yes.
And you're asking if there is a route for them to appeal that.
Yes.
I will turn this over to Kate Smith. I don't believe there's currently a route to appeal Landmarks Commission's advisory recommendation on historic value.
Attorney Smith?
Sure. So there are general appeal mechanisms for any sort of decision that a municipality makes. We don't have it written specifically into the ordinance, similar to how you see appeals for the demolition decisions by Plan Commission.
But they can figure it out. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, questions?
Thank you. I need to go back again to the standard of approval versus the condition. So for the standard of approval, we have 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, well, 3, whatever. So all of those standards need to be found in order to approve the demolition, correct?
Yeah, I'll jump in. It's the two. There are two standards that have to be met. The first one that has to do with that the demolition of the building is consistent with or will aid in the implementation of adopted plans or with the purpose statement of the section. That's the first standard that needs to be met. The second standard that needs
I'm
to be...
sorry, the purpose statement at the top of the document?
The purpose statement of the demolition section.
Okay. Go on.
And then the second one is that there are factors that are found to outweigh the public interest in preserving historic resources. That's really the extent of the standard. There's language, I would say it's more illustrative. It says, such a finding may include, but is not limited to. And as Katie Bannon had mentioned, those were those four standards those four standards they're not standards in and of themselves. They're illustrative ways to meet that standard. But the standard for number 2 is that the Plan Commission finds that there are factors that are found to outweigh the public interest in preserving historic resources.
Additional questions, Alder?
Just a second. So then when you move down to the conditions, those are then the ones that the Plan Commission may or may not put on the application, correct?
Correct. Those are examples. It says such a finding may include, and then those are examples of the types of findings the Plan Commission would be, but they're not limited by those findings that are listed there below.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Katie, did you want to add something?
Well, I think I just wanted to clarify a little bit. I feel like some of the public comment we've gotten is like, oh, they could just put a plaque up and it's fine. The Plan Commission would have to find that this plaque that they're putting up, outweighs the public interest in preserving historic resources. Maybe it would in some cases. I would guess in a significant historic building, that's not going to be sufficient to find that standard is met, that the plaque outweighs the historic value. But mitigation is one of the things that could be used potentially to be determined to outweigh the interest in historic preservation.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I just?
Yeah.
Just one other item. As far as one of the mitigation items that was thought of, and again, it's an example, but there was a project that had a recommendation of historic value from the Landmarks Commission. It was denied by the Plan Commission the first time it went through. They came back and proposed to then rebuild a portion of the facade as it stood in its current state. That actually went back through Landmarks and through the Plan Commission. It was approved as part of the mitigating effort. And in that case, that was approved by rebuilding the historic facade as part of the demolition. So that's an example of when it's been used. Certainly, there's a range of mitigation options that, from a plaque up to that or relocating a building.
Thank you. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, I'd like to direct your attention to the statement of purpose and the changes that were made between version 1 and the substitute that's before us. You added a sentence, or a sentence, not you, but a sentence was added. The city recognizes the historic resources or cultural and economic assets that can attract residents and visitors, create jobs, stabilize and improve property values, and stimulate business and industry. I believe it was mentioned that this was in response to public comment and to feedback at Landmarks, and I assume perhaps submitted written public comment. Is that correct?
This was added in response to comments. So it was responding to the concern that there wasn't enough of an acknowledgement about the importance of historic preservation. And so that was the kind of the language that we proposed to address, that series of concerns.
And then you struck the word need and put the word general or the phrase general interest in the next sentence. Can you speak to how you kind of created this parallel structure in this sentence and the reason for that?
I think I might defer to maybe Heather Bailey too, because I know Heather was part of that. I think it's just a matter of, I think trying to, staff's goal, we were never charged with trying to, I guess, put our thumb on the scale and make it to kind of preclude an outcome. So we were trying to make it read as neutral as possible. And so that was the intent. I think Heather, I'm not sure if you had anything more about the specific wordsmithing of that section.
We have lots of staff wishing to weigh in at this point, I think, so.
I can't see what's happening behind me, sorry, Mayor.
Right, so certainly Heather, but also Attorney Smith wants to weigh in, and I think Katie as well. So I don't know which one of you wants to go first. Katie? Okay, Attorney Smith.
Sorry, I'll defer to Heather and Katie, but I just wanted to respond to that specific sentence that you called out. They can tell us exactly where, but we pulled it from the comp plan. So that's already an adopted language about the historic resources in the city.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Katie and then Heather?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to the change from the word need to general interest. So this came up in public comment that there was some concern that the way that was phrased, that there's a general interest in preserving buildings with historic interest with its need to accommodate the growth of its population and built environment, was kind of putting a thumb on the scale, as Kevin was saying, to say that one was more important than the other, which was never the intent. That's why Plan Commission reviews these, to balance these two interests. And so to make that clearer, we propose that need should be replaced with general interest. So they're both general interests, and that's very clearly what the Plan Commission is weighing in their consideration of a demolition of a historic building.
And if I may, but speaking to that sentence, because some have called attention to that sentence, can you speak, whether Kevin, Kate, Heather, or Katie, as to the importance of this sentence, that it is further a matter of public policy that the city balances its general interest in preserving buildings with historic interests, with its general interests to accommodate the growth? Just speak to, is that important, or is that something that's not so important in your mind? That balancing test.
Well, as far as I will let Kate speak to kind of the weight that a statement of purpose provides, kind of from a legal standpoint. I just pointing back that, that statement is in there to just, again, try to have this read as neutral, which was our intent from the beginning. And so recognizing the importance of preservation, and then recognizing the general interest to accommodate growth. So we wanted to include both of those as part of that reference. But Maybe, Kate, if you want to speak to just, from a legal standpoint, a statement of purpose and what that entails, that would help.
Of course. So generally speaking, a statement of purpose is the chance for policymakers to express the values that they want represented in an ordinance. In terms of how a court reviews a statement of purpose, they are first going to look to whether or not a vote aligns with the standards that are in the ordinance. And so when they're reviewing a decision made by a municipality to see if a vote was arbitrary or unreasonable or represents the will and not the judgment of a body, they're going to see how it aligns with findings that are put forth in the standards. And then the statement of purpose can be kind of used to fill in gaps if it's not clear from the record kind of what the standards are. So you, of course, as a body have flexibility in what you want the statement of purpose to be. When we were originally given this job or this kind of task by policymakers to figure out a way to have more clear standards, and then also clear standards that align with how the Plan Commission is discussing demolitions. What we wanted to bring is not that demolition should be approved or denied. We weren't asked to preserve more historic resources or to tear down more historic resources. But what we wanted to do is to provide transparency about the types of conversations that are happening. And when we, in our experience, reviewing those types of conversations, and staff, is an active participant in this as well, we saw that those conversations were really a balance between the historic preservation and how a demolition would fall into the plans laid out and things like the comprehensive plan to accommodate the growth of the city. And the growth of the city isn't just housing, right? It can be all sorts of different needs that a city has as it's expanding. And so the last sentence in the statement of purpose, if you all choose to keep it, kind of ties back to how that balance is presented in the standards, that weight between those two options. And, I also want to open the floor to Katie and Heather as well. But that's kind of the idea behind having that final sentence there, it being a connective tissue to the two standards, or the weight that is the standards are kind of that the Plan Commission is going to talk about in their discussion.
Katie and then Heather.
Yeah, I just think the one other thing I wanted to note is that the first of the two standards does make a reference to the purpose statement. So it says the demolition of the existing building is consistent with or will aid in the implementation of adopted plans, or the purpose statement of this section. So I think that could be an important component of if that balancing element would be remaining in the purpose statement.
Heather?
There we go. This balancing of historic preservation and how to incorporate it into our growing city is also in the policy and purpose statement of the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The Historic Preservation Ordinance isn't about freezing these places in time. It's about, for the places that have local historic designation, so our local historic districts or our city designated landmarks, even those, we expect them to change and evolve as part of our growing city. That's what historic preservation does, is supporting these places so they can continue to contribute and be places that people can use. For the demo ordinance, that's not changing the approvals for properties with local historic designation. It's looking at other properties that have cultural heritage that don't have a local historic designation. And how do we go about continuing to use these places? And for some instances, it might be we totally scrape it and pop up something new, and that's just the way that proceeds. But there's a lot of room between keep it exactly as it is and scrape it and do something entirely new. And for the discussions that we've been having with Plan Commission, with Landmarks Commission and Plan Commission, is what about some options for creative mitigation? Because that's part of the balancing of what are ways that we can keep those pieces that are unique Madison stories and have unique Madison heritage, and we can integrate them into the way the city is growing and changing. And so we've had some really fantastic creative mitigations beyond just somebody putting a plaque upon a property. There was the redevelopment on Regent Street that had that sort of last remaining block of commercial properties from the Greenbush neighborhood that had the previous location of Fabroni's. And with that, the developers knew that there was going to be historic value. And I talked with them and I said, when you show up at Plan Commission and they ask how you're addressing the historic value, have an answer. And so their answer was that they went out and they did oral histories with people, and they did some archival research and got some great stories. And they, in their lobby area of the new building that went up, because it was a scrape of everything that was there, they have this history exhibit that is part of the lobby, and it's wonderful. I think that is a great creative mitigation. But we have other things like the core spaces, their redevelopment on State Street, where Lammert's Commission said, hey, a couple of these buildings have historic value, and called out the things that it was about the architecture and some unique elements there. So when they showed up to Plan Commission for how are we addressing the historic value for these properties that do not have a local historic designation, they proposed to do some selective architectural salvage as part of their demolition. They changed their building design to essentially recreate those facades and then have a significant step back and then pop up the rest of the new structure up above that. So you end up having this piece that speaks to what had previously been there, so you can continue to have those historic associations, and it can still bridge that gap between the past into the present and then on into the future. And there's a lot of options for addressing the historic value beyond just traditional historic preservation. We've got that covered with the properties that have a local historic designation. So the balancing in between historic preservation, traditional historic preservation, like we have with our local historic districts and landmarks, and the way we're looking at an evolving city, that's what this demo ordinance is in part helping to address, of what are the ways that we can be creative about the mitigation. And there's, I'm going to throw out another one. The original Gardner Bakery building, where they kept the front and oldest portion that was facing out towards the street, took down the later addition and popped up the, well, in the process of popping up, the new mass timber structure that's going to be residential. That is another great creative mitigation. It didn't have a local historic designation, but the Landmarks Commission talked about the parts of the building that have historic value, and so they integrated that into their design and what they were doing. So I think that the way we have reworked this ordinance gets at the variety of ways that we can address historic value, and in a way that it does that balancing test, because that's what all places need to do. Otherwise, you're not a growing and vibrant place.
Just lastly, then, Heather, just briefly, I want to comment and then ask. It looks like you participated to a very large degree on the development of, on the articulation of these changes, that there aren't surprises, and you're not somehow or another concerned that if we adopt a substitute, that the city's interest in historic preservation would be anyway diminished, sacrificed, or damaged. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go back to Attorney Smith because I want to make sure I don't think I heard your answer to the question of the appeal opportunities. If there's no finding, if there's a finding of no known value, what is the appeal rights? And I thought I heard you say it's not in the ordinance, but you can appeal. Did I hear you correctly? And if so, could you provide a little more information?
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of the body is that handles like any kind of general municipal decision appeal within the city. but that would be where it would go, I would imagine.
I guess I'm not sure who
Attorney
are you
Haas.
referring to?
Can answer that.
By statute, each municipality is required to have an administrative review board, and CCEC is designated as our administrative review board.
So
Now, as I think Attorney Smith alluded to earlier, people can file a lawsuit, if they want also after that. I mean, and any city decision.
okay, so sort of like obscure, but the right exists.
Right.
Okay. I have a question for Heather Bailey. So the Landmarks Commission asks that this be referred back to them, and I'm wondering if you could talk to the benefits of that.
Sure.
Especially in regard to how they might, I mean, I spoke to our council leadership, and the idea is like, well, they weighed in on chapter 41 and chapter 28 is planned, so, what could they be adding? And my response is, well, we referred it to them for their advice, but other than that, like, how could they help us with mitigation or other conversations that may still come out of a process if it went back?
Sure, happy to talk that through. So the reason why we asked for the referral to Landmarks Commission was because we were adding a new portion in their ordinance. And we had a very long discussion at Landmarks Commission. And where they ended up finding a way to move forward was dividing out that the portion that was new in the historic preservation ordinance that they were on board with, but wanting to add in language about archaeology because Madison is a site of long-term human habitation. The Ho-Chunk have been here for time immemorial. We are covered in archaeology. So make sure that we had that language in there. But they also said that of the public comment that they had, and they had a pretty lengthy public testimony, that of the comments that they had, the concern seemed to be about the zoning portion, and that people were concerned that historic preservation was being damaged in the zoning portion. But they don't use that ordinance. Plan Commission uses that ordinance. So they asked for more time because they're not familiar with how that ordinance works, because that's not what they do. They deal with the standards that we're putting in the historic preservation ordinance that are already in their policy manual, and they've been doing that for about a decade now for doing that type of process. So they recommended approval of the new language to go into the historic preservation ordinance, but they wanted more time to review the zoning portion as a way to address the concerns that they were hearing at the meeting. In terms of would that add value, I don't know. That is up to your purview. I will leave that up to your discretion. For when this then went to Plan Commission, they deal with that part of Chapter 28 and with their demo review. So they were familiar with that language and that process because that's their job and that's what they do. And then they mostly just discussed that and didn't discuss the portion that's in the historic preservation ordinance because that's not their job and that's not their role. That's not what they work with. So that would be my summary of how that evolved and how that played out. Yeah, I don't think I have any more.
Okay, thank you. Some variation on, like, if the mitigation stays as a standard versus I'm proposing as, it's not real, have been stated, but I'd like us to consider making it a condition. But either way, whatever happens with mitigation, how, and I do kind of know from speaking with Attorney Smith that you had some ideas about future when something comes back. Could you share some of those ideas with the council that I heard about it indirectly from Attorney
Sure.
Smith?
So, I mean, I think there's a couple of ways that it could play out. For most of the properties that are coming in that are going to have some type of historic value, that's usually not a surprise to the developers that are coming in with that. For most of those, be it they've gone through the development assistance team, DAT, or something like that, or they are used to doing this kind of work and they do a check with staff to say, hey, I'm looking at these properties. Could you give me a sort of an initial read of if you think there's going to be some historic value concerns? And I say, yes. And I look it through and talk it through with them. And so for the ones that I think, yeah, this is probably going to be a concern, I tell them that, and then they start working on what it is that they want to do. So for the application to Landmarks Commission for what we're proposing as the new process, they could also include information on, here's the way that we are planning on addressing the historic value. And so it could be a one-stop shop where Landmarks Commission is discussing, does this have historic value? And then potentially also providing a review of, have you adequately addressed the historic value, and maybe providing comments on that. But Landmarks Commission needs to be reacting to a proposal. They don't need to be in a situation where they say, you know what I think you could do? You could probably move this wall and maybe put this thing here. And they don't need to be getting involved in proposing to a developer the way that they should do their development. They need to react to a proposal and provide feedback on the proposal for what the developer thinks is possible. But it could be a situation where the developer wants to go back and look at a situation, and they go to Plan Commission with their answer of how you're addressing the historic value, and they talk it through a Plan Commission. If Plan Commission isn't comfortable with that, or they think that they want Landmarks Commission to review it, they can send it back. That is adding more time. We have a couple of projects that have done that, like Kevin was talking about the hotel that went in on East Dayton, where Landmarks Commission talked about, hey, there's historic value here. It was Reynolds transfer. That was where they had started. And that totally scraping the site, the way that they were proposing it wasn't addressing the historic value. So they tweaked their design. They came back to Landmarks Commission. Landmarks Commission said, the way that you're going about recreating that front facade addresses the historic value, and we think this is a successful solution. So that moved on that way. Ideally, it would be best if they came to Landmarks Commission the first time with, here's our creative mitigation, but they don't have to. If it's a really complicated thing, they could come back. I think there's lots of options for moving forward.
One kind of related question, when you do a report for the demolition, the thing that's on your agenda, just as it's got the same register item for decades, I'm sure. In your summary, you often, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, say, hey, maybe you could save something or take pictures of this. Or, when I think about the Mifflin Arcade, did it only come up a Plan Commission to save the terracotta, or was that something that might have shown up in your staff report?
So for the staff reports, we talk about what is significant, and then we give a staff recommendation of what we think the historic value is. And then Landmarks Commission discusses it, and they decide what they think the historic value is. For properties that have significant historic value, I direct them to make a finding. What is it about this property that has historic value? So with the Mifflin Arcade, it was its distinctive architecture, and in particular, the decorative terracotta tiles. So they provided that information to Plan Commission, and then when Plan Commission was reviewing it, they had those findings from Landmarks Commission, and as part of approving the demo, they made a condition of that approval to be that they needed to do architectural salvage and salvage that decorative terracotta for the potential to use it in something in the future, but it was salvaged. So Landmarks Commission didn't propose mitigation. They called out what it was with that property that had historic value and was significant, and it was the architectural elements on that building.
Thank you, that's helpful. And now I have a question for Attorney Smith, and back to the balancing test. At Plan Commission, I think I testified that I went and researched Chapter 28 for balancing tests and statement of purpose, and I found it only in 3 instances. The other instance I found was the Historic Preservation Ordinance statement of purpose, but that's not Chapter 28, that's its own chapter. So what I found was that the only times I found a balancing test in the statement of purpose were things where we were balancing the city's interests with the state or federal's interest. And the examples were siting of a radio tower or a mobile cell phone tower. Or the other one was the campus institutional district, where Plan doesn't even look at those demolitions. That's more administrative. So there's a balancing test between the interests of, the university development and the benefits of that versus the interests of neighbors having, a livable neighborhood. So earlier you said, the balancing test is expresses, it's a form of transparency, but we've never used it to balance our values in our adopted plans that I have found. So I just wondered if you could comment on the seemingly unprecedented nature of putting a balancing test like this in their statement of purpose.
Of course, Alder. So, I guess I wouldn't get so hung up on considering it unprecedented. The thing about ordinances is that there are, over the course of all of the different assistant city attorneys in our office, all of the different staff members that we work with, all of the different alders through all of the different terms, people have their own way of drafting things. They have their own requests from alders. And that kind of is reflected in a little bit of the hodgepodge of ways that ordinances are often drafted, especially when you look in statement of purposes, both across chapter 28, but I would say throughout all of the chapters of the Madison general ordinances. So, it's fine to have that, quote unquote balancing test. It's fine not to have it. That's a policy decision that represents the will of the policymakers. So if you all choose to keep that last sentence in, that's fine. If you all choose to not keep it in, that's fine too. There's not, there isn't one right way to write an ordinance. The statement of purpose in the conditional use section kind of has a maybe not as clear, but has kind of a balance in there as well. So I don't mean to not I don't mean to say that it doesn't, that either one is fine, but the reality is that either one is fine. It's not it is not kind of problematic that it has a balancing test that is maybe more just drafted different from some other ordinances that we're more familiar with.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. Thank you, Mayor. I yield.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. So it has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on item 5? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move, I guess it's technically an alternate that I sent out to you all today. And if I can get a second, I'll explain some of my thinking. Thank you. I think this substitute has really improved since it went to Landmarks, and I really want to thank staff for the work they did on it. And I just got stuck on a couple things, so thank you for helping me work through this. So just to kind of summarize, as I did in my email to you all, I changed the statement of purpose to add a reference to the value of Madison history, the story of Madison, and that reflects our diverse cultures and histories. And the attorney helped tweak that language because I really originally took it out of the comp plan, and it had language that kind of raised alarms based on the current Fed stuff. So, okay, I think the new language is quite good, and I'm happy with it. Second, I took away the balancing test language, and I added it back to the standards. It had been a standard before. You all in the Plan Commission and I guess the council in 2024 added the language that I added back, and it gives you a balancing test. It talks about the redevelopment, balancing redevelopment and demolition, whereas correct me if the year's not correct, but I believe in 2021, no, probably before then, we took out the future use from the conditional use standards. Used to be you could have a conditional use. I mean, it used to have to, when I was on the Plan Commission the time before last, it was like, whether there is a new use or whether there's not, and that went away. So theoretically now, there is no way that somebody should consider the future use until this was added back. So I thought it added, I mean, it maybe isn't the strength for the preservationist in me, but I think it gave the policymakers the ability to say, hey, you're going to tear down these buildings on the square and not be able to know that there's a history museum coming that everyone thinks is so cool and wonderful. So I think it was really clear to me that we should add that back. And then maybe, the question about the mitigation, I heard from just the testimony at Landmarks about everyone worrying that, and maybe it's the extreme, but you could just put up a sign and that would be enough to say that it outweighed the interest in preservation. And, I don't want to say the Plan Commission would be that way, but they could. It's not only, you have to meet all the standards, it's like only really one of those factors. I mean, that in my interpretation. And then, so I added it as a condition, and I thought that was good. And I want to remind you that also, if you look at the substitute in section D, no, I added section D. In section 3C, it has a reference to mitigation. So in section 3, in the application section, there's a notification to the applicant that if there's historic interest, you may want to prepare something. So anyway, I put this all forward. I don't want to keep talking. I have a lot of things to say on this because I dived in on this. I just want to say one more thing. The statement of purpose has changed. It's not like it's been the same statement of purpose forever. It changed in 2021, as Kevin noted in his, why did they pick that for the housing tracker? Because the zoning stuff changed about demolition then. And it changed the definition of the statement that used to talk about the good maintenance and rehabilitation of existing buildings, the preservation of safe and sanitary housing available at reasonable prices, and et cetera. So the previous statement of purpose had an affordable housing component that we took out. And clearly the city attorney will tell us we can't really look at that. So it's gone, but I just want to remind you that this statement of purpose has evolved over time. And at the time it was changed, the Plan Commission did apparently discuss adding something on naturally occurring affordable housing, but didn't feel confident that they could be consistently applied. So, at some point, I just want to remind you that this thing is a product of a time. And I just also want to make sure it's clear that I support all the administrative review of C buildings and clearing out the check boxes of things that that are already going to be required, as noted in the presentation. So to me, it came down to the statement of purpose and the standards. And I had other issues with other standards, like, for example, we're not asking, and I'm not adding language to ask the applicant to prove the deteriorated condition, but I will assume that the Plan Commission will do its due diligence in reviewing whatever materials are presented if they claim that as the reason for demolition. So thank you for considering, and I hope you will support this.
Thank you, Alder. Discussion on the Rummel alternate. Alder Duncan?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the alternate, or would it be right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm counting levels. I think you're okay, but we can't go any farther.
Okay. I appreciate Alder Rummel for the due diligence that she did on this. She and I had talked on the phone to get a better understanding of what she was trying to put forward. What I'm just asking, and this may be a friendly amendment, but putting back in the balancing piece in the statement of purpose, just to allow, as the attorneys were saying, our vision and our purpose and our values as a city to be there right at the statement of purpose. So that would be my request, is to add that last sentence back into your amendment.
Alder Duncan moves an amendment to the alternate to add the balancing test sentence back. All right, so there's a motion and a second there. Is there any objection? There's no such thing as a friendly amendment. So is there objection? Alder Tischler, do you object? Okay, so the amendment's before us then. What's before us is the Duncan amendment to the Rummel alternate. Is there discussion on that? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. The word transparency has been used a couple times, more than a couple times tonight. I think it's transparent for us to acknowledge that we are a growing city. We had a report on Housing Forward and the Housing Tracker with a goal of creating 15,000 new units or within 5 years. We have a severe housing shortage. This is our reality. For us to acknowledge that openly and still assert our values for historic preservation and acknowledge them that these are two things that these are items or these are values that we can hold jointly, that they don't cancel each other out. We can have this open, reasonable conversation. To suggest that if we put this into the statement of purpose, we're somehow or another opening Pandora's box and we're going to be trampling down historic properties is just not realistic. First of all, I don't believe our preservation planner, if she thought that there was a chance of that happening, she would have signed off on the changes that were made. Secondly, some kind of balancing frame within the statement of purpose, again, simply acknowledges reality. We are a city with history, and we're a city with a future that we need to plan for. It's incumbent upon us to do both, so I would urge us all to accept Alder Duncan's amendment to the alternate and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Duncan, just for the record, can you read the language that you're proposing to have added back in?
Yep, hold on just a second. Let me pull it up. I got it. It is further a matter of public policy that the city balances its general interests in preserving buildings with historic interests with its general interest to accommodate the growth of its population and built environment.
Thank you, Alder. So that's the motion. Alder Uguer?
Yes, I'd just like to comment from the standpoint of someone who serves on the Plan Commission. The substitute in our discussion of it at the Plan Commission, the alternate proposed by Alder Rummel, as well as the amendment to the alternate proposed by Duncan, have made me really think, and I've really thought a lot this last week about the decisions I've made on the Plan Commission and my votes with regard to demolition permits, some of which have supported the preservation of the historical character and denied demolition, and others where I thought it was appropriate. But what I can say about those decisions were that in some cases they required a great deal of mental gymnastics given the current wording of the ordinance. Actually, I think whether it's the substitute or the alternate or the amendment to the alternate, thinking through it, I can't say that any of those other than the beginning substitute, would have changed any vote that I took. It will be with fewer mental gymnastics if we approve the substitute or the alternate or the amended alternate. But I think there's a subtle difference to keeping that balancing statement there, and I would urge approval of the amendment to the alternate to the substitute.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The matter before us is the Duncan amendment to the Rummel alternate. Is there, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the Duncan amendment to the alternate? All right, so Alder Tischler, a roll call request. All right, so a roll call has been requested. All those in favor of the Duncan amendment to the Rummel alternate will say aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you. Alder Duncan. Aye. Alder Duncan, aye. Alder Evers. Aye. Alder Evers, aye. Alder Field. Aye. Alder Field, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Govindarajan. Aye. Alder Govindarajan, aye. Alder Ugar. Ugar, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney. Okay. Very well. Alder Knox is excused. Alder Latimer Burris. No. Alder Latimer Burris, no. Alder Madison.
Aye.
Alder Madison, aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford. Aye. Alder Martinez Rutherford, aye. Alder Miadze.
Aye.
Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Rummel, aye. Alder Tischler. No. Alder Tischler, no. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver. Aye. Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Wahelia. Alder Wahelia, aye. Alder Bennett. Aye. Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Conklin is excused. Alder Curry. Sorry, Alder Curry, aye. Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. I'm counting 16 ayes and 2 noes.
All right, with 16 ayes and 2 noes, the Duncan amendment passes. So we're back then to the Rummel alternate as amended. Is there further discussion on the matter? Alder Field.
Thank you, Mayor. I plan to support the alternate. I think that this proposal has been improved by several rounds of feedback, including by the public, by members of our boards, commissions, and committees, and by alders now adjusting with the language. I would echo sentiments shared by a previous plan commissioner that this is a vast improvement in thinking how I compare the standards to a proposal and then try to imply them. This is going to be a much better process, and I appreciate everyone's consideration and Alder Rummel for her changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So what's before us is the Rummel alternate as amended. Is there, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, then the Rummel alternate as amended is adopted. And we will move on to item 6, which is Legistar 86650, amending sections in Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to single-family homes, accessory dwelling units, and small residential infill projects. On item 6, President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Katie Bannon has a presentation.
It swapped it.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay. All right, I think it's working. Sorry for that. Okay, before you tonight are a package of, sorry, awkward. Zoning code amendments related to housing. There's 6 parts to this. All right, so really what we were asked here were a couple different things. How can we make single-family houses easier to build and to improve? What reasonable improvements to people's homes does the zoning code prohibit or make more difficult than needed? And what obstacles to missing middle homes remain? So the size between a single-family home and some of these really larger apartment buildings that we're seeing a lot of. So the proposal is really driven by what zoning staff sees in our day-to-day work administering the zoning code. The things people call about wanting to do their properties or come to our counter with questions about, and that we're having to say no to, but we think we could reasonably say yes to. The focus is on changes to how property is required to be developed in places where these uses are already allowed. So the first proposed code change is related to attached garage design. This only is required for new residential buildings built after 2013. But the purpose is right there in the zoning code. In order to avoid the monotonous and pedestrian unfriendly appearance of facades dominated by garage doors. And there's 2 things in the code today. On the left-hand side is the current, and on the right-hand side is what's proposed. So currently we require a 2-foot recession of garage doors behind the remainder of the facade. What's proposed is to add a little bit more flexibility here and instead have a limit. The garage doors can be no more than 4 feet forward of at least 50% of the remainder of that part of the building. The second design requirement here is proposed to remain. We think this is really important, and that no more than 50% of that wall can be attached garage doors. And why this is proposed is we've noticed a couple of things in administering this. It really limits homeowner options in selecting a developer and selecting plans. You can't really find a plan off the shelf at Menards or elsewhere that has this 2-foot recession of the attached garage behind the rest of the facade. It also really limits modular options. And we have less efficiency in our design. When we're requiring that attached garage door to be pushed under roof further, it limits the amount of living space that can be built under that roof line. Here's 2 examples, post-war examples within the community that were built before that 2013 design change that we think really still meet the intent of the zoning code, and that these are not pedestrian unfriendly facades. And in fact, a new house in the neighborhood might even fit in better if it has a little bit more flexibility in how that attached garage can be designed on the single family house. The next change is related to open porches. So open porches are really what you think of as a porch. So it has a roof, it's unenclosed, and it's unconditioned space. Today we have what's called an encroachment, so you can get a little bit closer to a property line with an open porch for your front yard and your rear yard. We don't have a similar provision for a side yard today. What's proposed is that an open porch could be up to 3 feet from a property line. And there's a couple scenarios where we see that a homeowner is interested in doing this, or a property owner. So on the left-hand side, you can see here an example of a corner lot that has a side entrance. And there's not an allowed encroachment there for an open porch today, but it's often desirable to have some kind of covering over that door. The middle examples are what we really would call front porch, but the house itself has a non-conforming side setback. It's too close to that side property line. And so part of that front porch is within the side setback, and there's no way that we can allow that today without some flexibility. The last example here on the right-hand side is a duplex where one of the units is more oriented towards the side and the rear, and an open porch would be more desirable closer to that unit, again on the side, but we don't have a way to allow that today. Next, we require different distance for side setback for 1-story buildings and 2-story buildings, and this is throughout the code in various different districts, that we require a 1-foot additional if you're going above that 1-story side setback. So this is just one example, the TRC4 district, what's currently in the code versus what's proposed. So we have the single-family detached, 1-story has a 5-foot side setback, a 2-story has a 6-foot side setback. So this becomes a problem when someone's wanting to improve their property, add a 2nd story, make other changes, like even a 1-story addition on a 2-story house, and they're limited by this. We think not having this difference will allow people to improve their homes reasonably. And there's no changes proposed here to step backs where they would already be required in the code. For accessory dwelling units, we have a couple limits that are proposed to change with this. So we currently have a maximum of 900 square feet of living area for an accessory dwelling unit or ADU, and we have a maximum of 2 bedrooms in the zoning code. What's proposed is a change for a detached accessory dwelling unit. So often these are with a detached garage, to instead have a maximum 1,000 square foot footprint, which aligns with limits already in place for detached garages. And then to increase the limit for attached ADU, so this would be an addition on an existing building, up to 1,000 square feet. We're also proposing to remove the limit on the number of bedrooms. We've just seen that we know we want more housing that could accommodate families with children, and that having this artificial limit in the code is unnecessary. So here's a couple of examples of just how this detailed review that's required today for interior floor plan really requires a lot of back and forth from zoning staff to whoever's proposing the accessory dwelling unit, because we have to determine how that space is used. How is the storage space accessed? Is it accessed through the garage, or is it accessed through the ADU? It depends whether we would call it part of the garage or the ADU. Is the utility closet for the ADU or for the garage space? Is the workspace in the garage part of the ADU? Does the home office have a closet in it? Because in that case, we have to count it as a bedroom. And so it really simplifies a lot of how this is administered by going to this footprint model on the right-hand side, where we're measuring whether it's just a garage or a garage with an ADU or just a detached ADU, looking at the footprint. And so we're looking at the same box and not caring as much about what's in that box. 2 and 3 unit home design, looking at expanding what's allowed. Today we allow 2 configurations, a side-by-side or a stacked configuration, and we're proposing to add 2 additional configurations that would be allowed. So a back-to-back configuration and a stacked combination with a back-to-back. And this is especially important for modifying existing buildings to potentially add another unit or 2. The last code change, I think, is probably the most difficult one to explain, and I think it's because usable open space just sounds so nice. It sounds like a good idea, but we've really found that it has some negative impacts. So first, it's not a density, lot coverage, setback, stormwater, or landscaping requirement. It's not about trees. It's a prescriptive standard that requires a per unit minimum amount of private backyard space. It has to have a minimum size of 200 square feet in area to count towards the minimum required total amount of usable open space. It can't have any dimension less than 8 feet, so a lot of times a side yard is not going to qualify. It can't have a slope of more than 10%, cannot be located in a front yard or street side yard, can't include driveways, drive aisles, etc. Permeable space can be usable open space if it's used for recreational space only. Roofs, decks, porches, and balconies may be used to meet up to 75% in some select districts or up to 100% in other select districts. It's not required in the downtown core zoning district, regional mixed-use zoning district, or within the transit-oriented development overlay district. So when I thought about how to explain this, it's really these layers of regulation that add up to this idea that missing middle is allowed here in this district, theoretically, but once you get to usable open space, there's just not room for it. So at the bottom, we're looking at our density requirement, minimum lot area. How large does the lot need to be to fit the number of units that are proposed? Next, there's the minimum number of, or the minimum setbacks. So the minimum distance between the building and the property lines that's required. Next, we have maximum lot coverage. So we're looking at stormwater. How much of the site is allowed to be impervious, whether it's paved or building. And then last, we have usable open space, which there often isn't space for. It's especially difficult for infill projects or projects with an existing building looking to add one additional garage in a duplex like this. So their solution was, let's do these rear loading garages. That'll look nice. Well, no, you can't, because that has to be reserved for this usable open space, private backyard recreation space. This was an office to apartment conversion that was proposed. Well, there's really nowhere to put this private backyard space on this property. So this was not something that we could allow under the zoning code, actually until this became part of the transit-oriented development overlay district. We think we're going to see a lot more of this where office spaces are converted to residential and they don't have a way to fit it on the lot today. So what's proposed is to remove usable open space requirements while retaining those other requirements I mentioned: maximum lot coverage, minimum setbacks, minimum lot area, and landscaping requirements. 2 years into the TOD overlay, we're not seeing any negative impacts to the removal of usable open space. Often other types of amenity spaces are provided instead that are more what the developers know their residents are seeking. For missing middle, we're seeing we can allow additional units in desirable areas. And we retain one of the best, if not the best, I think, public park systems in the country. So this package of zoning code changes went to the Plan Commission on February 17th, and they recommended approval of the changes unanimously with a recommendation to also add increasing the maximum allowable height for accessory dwelling units from 25 to 30 feet. Staff does have some concerns or things that we think the council should consider if they're looking at making that change. There is a memo to council in Legistar with details about that. And with that, I can answer any questions you have.
Right. Thank you. Questions for staff? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate this, and it just says we are the most diverse council. I believe that we are the most pro-housing council, contrary to some of the, what people may think. We just want to make sure it's done right. I'm wondering, did you guys consider at all for the ADUs going to maybe like 1,200 square feet?
You know, I think 1,200 is maybe the largest I've seen nationally that someone's done. Yeah, it is a little bit of a like how far to go. I know not everyone loves accessory dwelling units, so that could be something to consider. I don't really have thoughts, I would say, either way on that.
Okay, thank you. But I just wanted to acknowledge, the work that you've done to just make it real straightforward, layman's terms, because not everybody on the council, as people know, sit on planning or are chosen to participate in this. So it's, I think it's a great avenue for us to get some additional housing. Currently, how many ADUs do we have? Is that about 7?
It's definitely more than that. We're not seeing that many per year. I want to say maybe last year, I think in 2024, we had 8. So that might be the number you're thinking of. I think total, we maybe more have like 30. It's not a huge number in terms of increasing our housing supply, but it is one of those additional tools to add a little gentle density within existing neighborhoods.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. This is more kind of a policy question, and I tried to send it out to staff in advance, so hopefully you can answer. Like, how many places will this actually be able to be implemented? And the reason I'm asking is, I understand that many new subdivisions have deed restrictions on ADUs. Do we have a sense of how that works and how much? I know in the older parts of the city that probably is not an issue, but I'm just wondering if we've studied that at all.
Kevin?
I'll jump in, and Alder, we were able to start the research. We don't have conclusive numbers. What we're seeing, some of our real estate staff was looking at some of the deed restrictions. We have some that have prohibitions against ADUs and some that don't. So I don't have final numbers at this point. We have some that allow them and some that don't.
Katie, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would just add, it is a real challenge. Private covenants, the city is not a party to. We don't enforce them. I believe after a certain number of years, they do fall off, but it's not something we just have on record because it's not part of a city approval.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, questions?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the memo right now and the looking at the 3-story ADU and adding sprinklers. How practical do you think this is going to be? And can you explain, I guess, the problems and why on this?
There's no three-story ADU.
Three-story building here. I'm just, where the height, changing the height maximum.
Proposed for ADU.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the memo right open in front of me. Maybe Matt does. Our main concern, and I don't think this was something, staff really thought about right in the moment at Plan Commission or Plan Commissioners thought about, is that going up to 30 feet would allow up to a 3-story accessory dwelling unit, which really could be out of scale potentially with some neighborhoods, that really are dominated more by 1-story homes, and now there's a 3-story accessory dwelling unit in the backyard. We also thought about additional building code challenges of having a 3-story ADU that seem like it's really not going to add that much bang for your buck when it comes to all the additional construction requirements that would come into play if someone's building a 3-story building.
So I guess I'm just trying to, so is the recommendation not to go to keep it at 25 feet?
It was Plan Commission's recommendation to increase it, but I think staff has some concerns or just things that we think council should consider before they would make a decision to potentially change it.
Okay, thanks for the clarity. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers, questions?
Not a question, ready for comment.
We're not there yet, Alder.
Okay.
Thank you. Alder Uguer, questions?
No.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes, so if I understand the way this is being presented to us, if we approve what is in Legistar, it would be with the 25-foot limit for the height of an ADU, we would actually have to approve an amendment to that to follow through with the commentary from the Plan Commission to get it to 30 feet. Have I got that right in terms of some of the staff comments that I saw today?
So I'm going to ask the attorney to help me out here, but what is on the agenda is the recommendation to adopt with the following recommendations from Plan Commission. So I guess my read, unless the council president and vice president want to amend or clarify their motion, my read would be that that's the motion, since that's what's printed on the agenda, is to adopt with the Plan Commission's recommendations.
Okay, so having been part of, as a culprit in making that happen, is it time, is at this point?
We're still in questions, Alder.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for staff on item 6? Seeing none, then I'm just going to say, and unless the body disagrees with me, what's before us is a motion to adopt with the Plan Commission recommendations. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Evers.
I'd like to offer an amendment to strike the recommendation from Plan Commission of ADUs at 30 feet and bring it back to the original language at 25 feet.
All right, so the motion is to return to the original height limit of 25 feet for ADUs. It's been moved and seconded. Would either of the alders like to speak to it? Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, as the alder of a district with several neighborhoods with very narrow lots, a 3-story ADU with narrow lots of, say, only 40 feet wide with just 3 or 4 feet setbacks to the lot line would be a bit much. And I think our goal and pushing, missing middle housing and these incremental changes to our ADUs. I've been fully supportive of all of these from the very beginning. But I think this going up to 30 feet would be a bit much, would be too much, and we would find considerable pushback from the very residents that we want to bring with us moving forward in a new consensus that, yes, we need more housing of all different price levels and all different types on our transit routes and in our neighborhoods. So let's not poke people in the eye. Let's stick with the original language at 25 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Further discussion, Alder Uyghur?
The issue in the action of the Plan Commission to recommend a 30-foot height came unexpectedly in a way as a result of a comment by a registrant who thought that there might be some limitations to the types of ADUs, two-story ADUs, that might be installed. And making some very hasty calculations, I concluded that particularly if we were to encourage volumetric modular versions, which is basically how ADUs become affordable on the West and the East Coast, that in fact might be so. With time later and looking at those quickly conducted calculations, it determined that the number of situations where that actually would be true, where it would be difficult to handle a modular roof configuration compatible with the house within 25 feet, it would be so rare that we would need that extra feet that I think it's inconsequential, but there are those unintended consequences like potentially a three-story ADU and so forth. So the fact that I participated in the amendment to add that condition at the Plan Commission was actually ill thought through, hence my second for the motion to reduce it back to 25 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on the Evers amendment. It's been moved and seconded to return the height limit for ADUs to 25 feet. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of that. And so we are now back to the main motion as amended. Is there further discussion? Alder Bennett.
Thank you. I had to hop on here because, I don't know, maybe the people that know, but this package is really a result of a passion project of mine for the past few years on council. Earlier on in my term, I had come to staff and asked, I put forward a proposal that was very, very ambitious to them. And, over time they worked me down and got me down to this, which is more manageable pieces, of which I understand. But I was... it's tough to see. What I was hoping for was a package that would allow us to have duplexes citywide or tackle some of the parking limitations that we have or restrictions that we have in the city. And I guess I'm very happy that we have, more so like a stronger support for this package, a more manageable, easy to bite-sized package. But when we talk about this council being so pro-housing, it makes me, a little depressed that our staff is so scared to work on or put forward things that are even more ambitious, which shouldn't even be that, allowing duplexes in the city at this point shouldn't be an ambitious ask, but it is. And the fact that we require staff to put forward 40-page Madison-specific documents it's a huge load. The fact that we had to have staff here at 11 o'clock at night to give a presentation on relatively minor changes is really sad. And we make it so, we talk about like, how we're pro-housing, but we make it so hard to build in Madison. It's death by 1,000 paper cuts, and these are some of the paper cuts. And then we make it so hard to change housing or change our housing policies to make it easier to build. So I'm really glad that we're able to tackle some of these paper cuts, but I really hope that the next term of alders, of which I will not be sitting in this seat, unfortunately, maybe fortunately for all of you, but I really hope that we make it easier to tackle some of the harder slices or deeper slices as well, because we can't be shy of having those harder conversations. And we really, really, really need to think through the load that we're putting on staff, because they go through a lot and they are so frickin' smart. We need to listen to their input and take it genuinely. So, anyways, thank you. I think this is great. I'm really glad. Sad, it's not what I was hoping for at the beginning, but I hope that this passes. Thank you. And go staff.
Thank you, Alder. And thanks for your work on this. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So what's before us is item 6 as amended. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 6. That will take us to item 35, which is Legistar 86954, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a non-competitive purchase of services contract with the Welch Group for Government Affairs and Strategic Advocacy Services for 1 year with the option of 2 one-year renewals. On item 35, the motion should be for the substitute. President Figueroa Cole?
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt the substitute. Are there questions for staff on item 35? Alder Bennett?
I know that's during public comment, Milwaukee was mentioned as an example for us. My understanding is that Milwaukee does have their own governmental liaison. Is that correct? And I know the answer is yes, but asking you to say yes.
Did I get the correct mic? Your staff Munger can respond.
Hi, Alder. I believe, if I recall correctly from when I was in the governor's office, the city of Milwaukee has a number of staff employees on staff who are governmental liaisons. I think they might have had up to 4 at one point. I don't know if that's still true. The county of Milwaukee also has separate staff. They also do work with contract lobbyists as well. So they have both on-staff and retained lobbying help. And that was true throughout the course of their effort to obtain more funding from the state, which, started 15, 20 years ago and culminated in the Act 12 from a couple sessions back.
Thank you. And my next question maybe is culminated from the idea that, Mayor Satya or any of the 20 of us could just run up the street to the Capitol at any time and advocate on behalf of the city. I'm wondering, what does having a contract lobbyist bring to the level of organization and the organizational efforts that it takes for the lobbying efforts that we are hoping to have?
Sure, I can take a crack at that one too. I think, again, anyone who's spent any time in and around the Capitol could tell you that there's a reason that almost all of the significant interests who have lobbying matters before the state legislature retained contract lobbyists. Those lobbyists, just like, if you wanted to build a large building, you would go to a contractor like Findorf who, or another who does that routinely. You would not hire someone off the street, and you wouldn't go try to build it yourself. You want someone who actually has expertise in the area, who has executed a number of similar projects in the past. That's what contract lobbyists bring. Typically, contract lobbyists also tend to be folks who themselves served in the legislature and come in with a portfolio of existing relationships with key folks at in the legislature, at agencies in the governor's office, that are really hard to replicate unless you served, like some of the folks that we're hiring did, for 20 years at the highest levels of leadership in the legislature, and that you just cannot replicate that with folks who have a second job working at the city. So I think also, in many cases, having a number of clients that a firm represents can be an advantage, can be a leg up in terms of coalition building. So the same firm that you may contract with may also represent a number of other localities and may represent other kinds of interests. For instance, transit or transportation companies that are interested in some of the same goals as you. And so that could be it can be an easy shortcut to building coalitions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. If no other alders, Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Sam, I know you were at the governor's office. I know Alder Bennett works at the state legislature, and of course, I worked in the state senate under Lena Taylor. There is nothing wrong with also lobbying that comes community-based, or for us to be involved as alders as we want to make these changes as well. So we don't want to just say it all has to, it's not an either-or thing, right? It's a and. Just want you to comment on that, please.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That's true for municipalities, and it's true for other groups as well. 100%. I think, the previous alder had asked about the specific advantages of working with a contract lobbyist who comes in with that experience, but it is absolutely the case that it is a question of both, not either or. And that, for what it's worth, we plan to continue engaging both through the city itself, as well as through our hopefully soon to be retained contract lobbyists.
Thank you. I think it's also worth noting that in my entire experience with the city, which is a not insignificant number of years now, we have both had a contract lobbyist. There have been staff in the mayor's office that have lobbied. There have been department heads that have lobbied, and there have been alders that have lobbied. So I think that is common practice, and certainly will continue to be. Alder Govindarajan, questions?
Discussion later.
Okay. Alder Wahili, questions?
Discussion.
Y'all are killing me. Okay. Do I have any other questions? Seeing no other questions, then it has been moved and seconded to adopt the substitute. Alder Wahili, discussion.
No, not discussion or questions, but I just want to make a comment. The reason why I pulled this agenda is it was the resolution did not have the deliverables or expectations, but after going back and forth with Attorney Haas and Sam, I have seen the contract, and that satisfied my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. During public comment, there was a lot of concerns, I think, brought up, and even in some emails that I hopefully can address here, but also some raised by alders, I think. Obviously, we got the contract earlier today. I had the chance to look at it before the meeting as well. There was some questions raised about what is the services being provided here, and we heard that we might not be able to discuss strategy in a public forum, but when it comes to what are we paying for here, I think it's very clear that in the contract it says that the city's not going to pay for unsatisfactory work, and we're only going to pay for anything that is completed and accepted services. So if we deem that something is unsatisfactory, we're not going to just be dishing out money. This is still, I think, when I read over the contract, very fiscally responsible in keeping our budget situation in mind. The contract, which has been sent out later on to all of the alders, it also does have a fairly detailed scope of work, in my opinion, about what kind of services are provided, what we can expect from this group. But I think, to me, as also someone who works in the state capitol, for the record, for fun, but I think I probably meet with lobbyists on behalf of my boss like 20 times a month. And the ones that we do actually get meaningful information from are the ones who know how to do their job, who know, oh, we should come in with a one pager, or we know how to do the follow-up. So I think there is lots of benefit in hiring someone who has a reputation in the Capitol and knows how to do the job. I do also get the concern that maybe alders should play a more active role in these sort of things, but when I think about an active role that an alder should play, I don't think that means directly negotiating a contract. In my opinion, that's not the role of the legislative branch. That's something for the executive. That being said, I think the role that we do have as the Common Council is to authorize the executive to negotiate and then sign the contract. And I think the mayor's office, actually, credit where it's due, recognizes that too, because the $72,000 contract doesn't actually require approval from the Common Council. At the last meeting, we changed the ordinances to allow for any contract under $75,000 to not require Common Council approval, which, for the record, I voted for because I don't think that's a great idea. But the mayor's office, credit where it's due, did bring this up for us anyway, so I will assume that you believe that we require and should have some oversight over this, which I appreciate. I don't know, lots of big points over there, I think, but I'm in favor of this. I think everyone else is as well. I haven't heard any opposition yet, but thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be really, I'll try to be brief. A lot of the things that I heard, concerns that I had mentioned Milwaukee, and I think we would all agree that Milwaukee and Madison have very different needs. And so our lobbying agenda will be definitely different than what Milwaukee has. And I would also point out that Milwaukee didn't have the best outcome. They took a lot of knocks on the chin. And so I think what we are doing and working with this organization that we're really comfortable working with is important for us. And I think it's a no-brainer to just continue that agenda and that process. So thank you very much. That is my perspective, and woo.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Just being so quick. I know, I'm sorry. I had to. As a fellow Capitol staffer, this makes sense. And I'm honestly, in my new job, I'm like shocked the amount of like lobbyists that we get, and it really does make a difference. And so Alder Govindarajan was completely right in pointing that out. And I also want to say, I think that we should not just have a contract lobbyist. We should have someone on staff all the time to do this stuff, because it's that important to have someone that both can speak at the table with our state representatives, but then also our members of Congress, because we got a lot of federal grants in the city, and we should have someone lobbying on that as well.
We do, just for the record.
Okay, never mind. Well, that's why the executive branch knows where the contracts are going. But anyways, it does make sense to me. And also, I think that alders in general, we were thrown into this job and sometimes maybe don't know what lobbying even looks like, or know how to behave or what to expect when you're going into a meeting with a representative and or their staff. And I think that's something that we should consider in the future, that not me, you should consider, because I'm not going to be here. But when we show up in Representative Hocan's office, we should have a one-pager. And both times that we have, we'd had nothing to leave behind with him, or when our West Side alders just met with Representative Subek, we should have a one-pager or a list of things that we want to lobby on whenever we're facing a representative that's at a higher level of us. We should know what to do or what to say. And maybe this discussion will help us have those future conversations about what our advocacy efforts can look like.
Thank you, Alder. And I would just note that I think one of the things that certainly I have already asked the Welch Group to do is to think about how alders can play the most effective role in our lobbying strategy. And that certainly if alders are going to meet with state representatives, I think it would be very prudent to coordinate it with our contract lobbyists so that both they are aware of those meetings and what's being said, but also so they can provide the kind of support and materials that you're referencing. And I think similarly, we have, just in case nobody or people don't know this already, we have a contract with Covino Smith Simon in DC to represent us with the federal government. I'm sure that they would be happy to do the same if alders want to meet with our congressional representatives. They'd be happy to coordinate that. To provide messaging, to provide leave behinds, to sort of walk through the things that we're working with them on. I think that would be very beneficial to coordinate on. Alder Ugair, discussion?
Yes. I'd like to comment on two things. First of all, I don't want to let pass this ridiculous idea that will not die, that keeps popping up, that Milwaukee's lobbying prowess is a model for what we should do. As a member of a family that helped build the city of Milwaukee from its earliest days, as the member of a family that was intimately involved in developing policy and implementing it during the Mayor Hone years that led to Milwaukee being generally considered the best-run city in the world for many years, as a member of a family that sat by dismayed as deindustrialization, racism, and white flight, combined with some very bad financial decisions, brought the city, the biggest city in our state, to the doors of bankruptcy, is not a model for what we want to do. We don't want to become successful at lobbying because we drive this city of Madison into bankruptcy. Second, I think that bringing in a well-recognized, astute lobbyist with a track record is an essential part of the overall plan, which you, Mayor, just recently alluded to. This is one part of a much broader picture for how we're going to eventually get a fair deal from the state that we need to have. Part of that is the 5-year budget plan, operating budget plan that we adopted that gives us time that it's going to take. I think the discussions we've had with our state representatives and senators pointed out we are not going to get the relief we would like to have in this session. As we can start making progress, it will take at least another biennium. We may get a little progress on some things, but it will not only take a concerted, long-term, coordinated effort, but it can be also part of the announcements, I think, that were made not just by this city, but the other cities in Dane County, that this is a statewide problem. It's not just even a Dane County problem. There are cities all over this state that are suffering because the current process and formula for revenue sharing does not work for the people of this state. And by going to the state as a coalition, by supporting that as we can as alders, coordinated with a proper lobbyist, we can get there eventually sometime in the next 5 years, especially after the next round of elections, assuming we can preserve a good map. So I'm certainly in support of doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, discussion?
Yes.
And so I want to just have a clarification for those who are listening in and may have not read the contract, where it says advocacy services for 1 year with the option of 2 one-year referrals. And in the document, it really spoke about that the Welch Group would report back to the council quarterly. It wasn't specific. Like I would like to make sure that I'm hearing that, and I want to put it in the record, because those are the two things that I heard: the reporting back and the option of 2 one-year renewals, which meant that if they're reporting on a quarterly basis, we'll get the opportunity of hearing it and it. So that's what I want to hear.
Yes, Alder, the language of the substitute includes quarterly reports to the council or the council executive committee.
And then the second, when it says option of 2 one-year renewals, that also means
the council will have an opportunity to give feedback on whether the contract should be renewed or not.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I wanted to add is the conversation, great conversation, when it said, well, what I would like to do is to strengthen the onboarding process when we're looking at this item here in terms of lobbying. So I want to put that in the.
I'm hoping the council chief of staff is taking notes on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, discussion?
Thank you. I guess it's kind of a discussion, comment, and maybe a question buried. So, I voted for this at finance and didn't even realize that we didn't have the contract there, which I personally did not get until 9:18 p.m. today. And that's really, I don't know, I was pretty frustrated by that. I think I would have not asked a question about deliverables because I would have read the freaking contract. But anyway, and I gotta say, I kind of was put off by the representative from the Welch Group who wasn't even willing to discuss how we would work together. Like, somehow it's a secret. Like, well, we're a public body. At some point, we're gonna have to talk about, like, issues the council cares about, in addition to issues the mayor wants to work on. I mean, I don't know. It's a little bit, I'm voting for this, but it's just wanted to express my frustration with the whole thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The substitute has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 35. That will take us to item 42. Item 42 is Legistar 87067, authorizing the City of Madison to apply to the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for a ready-for-reuse brownfields cleanup zero-interest loan in an amount not to exceed $329,000 for the purpose of assisting in the remediation of contaminated soil at Huxley Yards at 2007 Roth Street. On item 42, President Figueroa, call a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 42. Are there questions for staff on item 42? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on item 42? Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, so I pulled it and I sponsored it. One thing that I want to note is I've received some emails, and I'm sure that my colleagues have as well, and I'm going to try to make this really fast because I know everybody wants to get out of here, and I don't want to be the one that's blamed for talking too much, as I do. But that I wanted to acknowledge that it was a staff error, and they're going to correct it where their comments get posted to the wrong legislative item. And we do hear you. I'm supportive of this because anytime that we can protect people and the environment, this has to do with Hartmeyer and toxicity, we're aware of it, we're working through it. I've been, have sent out your questions to planning department. They've sent back commentary, and we'll just keep working through it. Some of the comments that they wanted you to hear that they opposed on item 42, if you don't mind, I'll just run down them really fast. They're concerned that it was an inflated price paid for the developer for the parkland, that they're concerned about the $6.25 million tax incremental finance money that was provided to Hartmeyer Housing. They're concerned about the city plan that was accepted but is now diminished because of the redesign of housing. They're concerned about the unsecured loan. They're concerned about the $329,000 going to the developer. And they go into details. So I just want to acknowledge that. I don't want to poo-poo it. I don't want to, attack people on it. We got to clean up the area, and this will help, and staff's aware of it. We're talking, and we're just going to keep on having community engagement until we get through this long, tedious process. So I'm going to go ahead and support it, and we hear you, and we apologize for the posting mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion on item 42? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 42? Seeing no objection, we're recording unanimous vote in favor of item 42. And that will bring us to the end of our agenda. Are there any announcements or additional introductions from the floor? Seeing none, Alder Duncan, it's your turn. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.